And what we're doing today is diving deep into ancient symbolism, syncretism, etymology, and just revealing the truth about our reality with all of those tools. From ancient Gnostic teachings, everybody like to talk about the Pleroma. Well, I got time today to really break it down my way. Shout out to everyone. We're going to be dealing with simulation theory, of course, because that is the divine truth, which is why we got to talk about Dante, the Divine Comedy. And also, people, we're going to be breaking down how that Divine Comedy secretly encodes the same cosmic layout, flat Earth, Plato's Atlantis, right, including realms, layers, and the staircase style ascent. Jacob's ladder, that staircase style ascent back to the source, what we call the Kundalini awakening arising. Oh man, let's talk about it. Hit the like and share button. And as always, prepare to have your mind blown. Let's hop right into this thing today. Peace and much love once again. Let's do it. All right, so I just want to start off right into talking about the Pleroma. And drop a one if you guys ever heard of the concept of the Pleroma, which is a concept in Gnosticism. And what the word means is fullness. The word Pleroma means fullness. The word Pleroma means to feel. The word Pleroma means wholeness, totality, the summation of all things. All right? This is what Pleroma means. The ultimate of ultimates, if you will. It generally refers to the totality of divine powers. It is used in Christian and theological contexts as well as Gnosticism. The term also appears in the epistle to the Colossians, which is traditionally attributed to the Apostle Paul. And the word is actually used 17 times in the New Testament. In Valentinianism, it represents as virtualities of the sun. And that's another way of saying the avatars of Vishnu, the different virtues of a god. They can be boiled down to the 7 chakras, the different natures of humanity. Same thing. Don't let none of this stuff confuse you. Syncretism is about simplifying everything, showing you totality and wholeness, and that everybody was basically on the same page. Now, the word Pleroma also sounds like the word plural. Plural can mean many, but in the case of the Pleroma, it's talking about those many things coming together to make one grand thing, right? In the highest of highest heavens. So, one way to look at the concept of the Pleroma in ancient Kemet, or what we call ancient Kemet, just to show, actually, we can do this right here. We can actually do this right here. So one way to look at the Pleroma in ancient Kemet, and all over, is just understanding this concept. It's called optimism. So what the Pleroma is plural, is dealing with the many, but the Pleroma is the actual place where the many becomes one and forms your God body. And this is your greater good. This is our ultimate destination up Jacob's ladder. You may see this symbol a lot, and there may be different variations of it. For example, a lot of people think that our ancestors was worshiping the sun, but this is not the sun, okay? This is not the sun. What this is the crown. All of your chakras, all of your layers of yourself, all culminate at the crown, and they form a peak like the top of a pyramid. So in Egyptian artwork, we can see this concept a lot of the Pleroma. And you may have missed it, so I'll just go to some of that and show you how it relates to this. So stand by, let's pull that up. And also when you deal with Atlas, of course, but we'll get to that. Egyptian. All right, so in Egypt, you can see a bunch of deities. In ancient Egypt, what you'll notice, hold on, I'm putting in maybe too much. Now, why would Google be getting stupid like this? All right, so let me see. Ancient Egyptian sky wheel, sky map. All right, here we go. So here's one concept here, and you can compare this to Atlas. Just a little bit, just before we go into the Pleroma, to show you what I mean. So all of this is one person's parallel selves, like these outer guys that's holding this thing up. That's one person, and that's one person in different parallel realities, and they're living out their life ring around a rosy, and their consciousness is going to each self to live out a life like a roulette ball going around a roulette table. Your little white ball of light is experiencing a existence through each of the angles, fallen angles right here, fallen angles, and each of them will shoot that experience back toward the central self, and on a huge this cosmic journey up the stairway. So each one of these selves in the parallel realities outside of Eden are actually holding up the sky wheel here. And this was just another way of showing what I was just showing you here, of how the king's crown is heavy, and it has to be held by many layers of the self, because your God body is a giant in Eden that is waiting to wake up with the power of all of the layers of cells coming together and uniting at the center, just like what we see here. Same concept. So we don't want this to confuse you. Keep this concept in mind, because we're going to be revisiting it. But let's do some more reading about the Pleroma in the meantime. So I'm just going to give you some basic stuff about the word online. You can look it up yourself. The word Pleroma itself is a relative term, capable of many shades of meaning according to the subject with which it was joined and the antithesis to which it is contrasted. It denotes the result of the action of the verb plurale, but plurale is either to fill up an empty thing or to complete an incomplete thing. So just to not confuse you on that, the word itself denotes the result of the action of the verb plurale, but the word plurale itself doesn't necessarily mean to fill up anything like the word Pleroma. So why is there a relation between these two words? Well, we're going to find that out by looking up the word plurale. Okay, to make complete in every particular way, to render perfect, to carry out or to accomplish something. Okay. The term in question appears to be a transliteration of the Greek verb plerou, which carried a core meaning of to feel, to complete. Okay, so it is meaning to feel complete, but you know, they want to be technical, but we see what's going on there when we read both of those, how they can relate, because what did we just read there? Right? We just read that it is what was the first one here? We're going to be the totality of divine powers. So all of these angles of light coming and culminate into one divine, the totality of yourself. We are a work in progress, y'all. We're a work in progress. Don't trip. Everything going to work out for the greater good. Is part of the is in the universe's will. Like, that's the whole point of being here. Let's go ahead and So now that we know what the pleroma is, I'm going to move forward because we're going to be revisiting these basic concepts as I crank up and get deeper with the symbolism. Don't forget to hit the like and share button on your way in. So if you keep on doing your due diligence and you research the word pleroma even further, what you will do is you will end up in Gnosticism, which part of the title today is dealing with, Gnosticism, Platonism. We're going to go deep here. But let's go to this real quick. If you research it enough, you end up right here. And I'm just on Wikipedia, but this is correct. In Gnosticism, the word pleroma is basically one of the roots of the word pleroma comes from Gnosticism. And you can see that the concept of baptism comes from Gnosticism as well. We don't got to go into all of that. But remember that baptism is just you being born again and again, cleansing yourself through the many waters above, through lifetimes, till you get to be your refined version. Nothing crazy. So one thing I want y'all to pay attention to that's very important. Check this word out right here. Can y'all see that? Let's go back to this word. This is very, very, very important. See also kenoma. In Gnosticism, right? The word pleroma is also related to the word kenoma. And one thing we need to point out about the word kenoma, because this is where we're about to really crank up and get deep at. One thing we will borrow the top. We can take some rays from up here. We get the point, and we can write up there. We will write up there. Kenoma. Let's write that. This is where it gets deep, y'all. Watch this. Kenoma is the modern word cinema, like a theater, which is why we got to talk about Dante's Divine Comedy. All of the ancestors taught that the outside realms were theaters or ethers. They were synthetic realms. When they said we're born into sin, we're born into a cinema, a divine comedy, according to Dante, the Truman Show to some. And so the ancient word, the modern word cinema, comes from this ancient Gnostic word, kenoma, but of course the K became a C, and the C is also pronounced S, so kenoma became cinema, and you're gonna see why there's a video game called Konami. A video game company. One of the first ones. What were they thinking to name themselves Konami? We finna talk about this. Because you can't make this up. Kenoma is cinema, and now we finna go into some connections to show you why. In Gnosticism, let's read again, just a quick wiki, because I'm going to back everything up with the syncretism. In Gnosticism, kenoma is the concept of emptiness. Listen to this. The kenoma is what? The lower world of phenomena as opposed to the pleroma. So, how does the kenoma relate to the pleroma, right? The kenoma is the lower realm. It's the projected version of heaven, which is a false form of it, projecting itself below the pleroma, and it's called the kenoma, which is the cinema. Now, in a theater, guess what they have? A projecting machine, projecting a movie outward from a source. and you're born into sin or cinema now. This is what this is. So this is opposed to the Pleroma, right? Or fullness, which corresponds to the Platonic world of ideal forms. Shout out to Joseph Welch. Kenoma was used by the mid-2nd century Gnostic thinker and preacher Valentinius, who was among the early Christians who attempted to align Christianity with Middle Platonism. Now, this was an attempt. The early Christians were into Platonism, and if you take the P and the L off Platonism, you get Atonism, because this is what this was called in Egypt, right? You didn't have to blend nothing with nothing. When a person say I'm practicing Christianity or Islam, they're basically practicing the divine sciences in another archetype, in another form. It's like saying I play for the Jets, I play for the Browns, I play for the Bengals, but we all still playing football, ain't we? You ain't playing nothing different than me. And that's what religion teaches us, that you practicing something different than me, when all of these symbols was just different, beautiful cultural interpretations of one beautiful truth, okay? Before they divided and conquered us. Let's talk about kenoma and cinema a little bit more here, because this is very interesting here. So let's look up the word kenoma in etymology just for more sources and reference points here. You can see that when you go to etymology and put in kenoma, that it will give you the word kenoma, showing results for kenoma. That's why I love this site, right? And it shows you right here that the word kenoma is what? Cinema, with the Greek word K. So what did the Greeks do? The Greeks came along, and instead of calling it kenoma, they call it cinema, and that's how we call it a cinema today. But sin is dealing with exactly what the earth is. It's a projected movie. So we can go ahead, you know, a cinema is a movie hall. When you hear the Great Hall of Osiris, it's just the very nature of movie halls and hallways and theaters. And we're going to get to that in a minute, why it's called a great hall. And right now, I just want to soak in the word kenoma, cinema, so we can see how this ties into the simulation and us being in a movie starring us. Well, there's another reality of people watching this, just like the Truman Show. And they're rooting for all of us to make it out of this simulation, those of our ancestors. See, what happened with the dead, they're on the outside of this stadium, this terrarium. They're able to see in now that when a player ain't in the game, he can watch the game from the auditorium. Our ancestors watching, they rooting for us. And this war between good and evil is literally based upon who can make the most noise. It's all cymatics and vibration. All of the energy and momentum we get is coming from our ancestors on the other side, rooting for us to win. You can't help but win. It's written out for you to win, to master this whole script, this whole false reality. We all gonna master it. But let's get back to this. Let me do something real quick. So now that we know the difference between the Pleroma and the kenoma, I want to talk more about the two and show you how this plays out. So here is an actual image of the Pleroma that you will get when this concept was being taught in Gnosticism. This is what you get. Now, this concept right here that you're seeing is no different than this concept right here. From one divine source comes many realities that's shooting off from that one source, like rays of light from a one single light source, rays of light all around. Each ray of light becomes its own astral realm or parallel reality that's a copy of the base, but it's a flawed copy. In each of these copies, you have to master yourself in each one so that that energy can all return back to the center when you complete each ray of light, which is a lifetime where you master in that layer of the self. You master each layer, all of that energy can return back home, and then your God body will finally wake up in Eden. So technically, we haven't been born yet into the real world, which is where the concept of baptism and being born again come into play. If my dogs bark, don't worry. I think we should be fine. They'll come down eventually. But I'm just warning you. So my light is kind of bright on here, but we still can see it. I'm going to get real deep here. Now, keep this concept in mind. Let's go back to the Pleroma here. What I'm going to do at this time, now that we've getting the basics down, we're going to kind of crank up with the symbolism. But one basic thing we want to know, the Pleroma, it's the one becoming many. And when the one becomes many, the many isn't called the Pleroma. The many is called the Kinoma. I want to really y'all to pay attention to that. Here is the Pleroma. This is like the top of a pyramid. Here go the base of the pyramid, which is the rays of light, right? And the base, the rays of light, the multiverse, the parallel realities that's born from the center. This really isn't called the Pleroma. It's called the Kinoma. This would be Eden, and these would be Earths, plural. There's no such thing as Earth. There's a such thing as Earths, plural, once you get outside of Eden. And when you talk about Earth singular, you got to call it the Earth. The difference is this. The difference is this, real quick, because I'm running out of board space. I'm going to skip over. So creators versus the creator. You got God and then you got gods. Now the God is capital G. Gods are lowercase g. El is capital E. Go look it up. Elohim is lowercase e. The lowercase is to give reference to that the big thing just broke apart. So that's why you have the creator, which is capital letters, and then you'll have creators in lowercase, or that would be lowercase g's for God's, many of those, but one creator, the creator. So it's like from the one come the many. And when you referring to the many, that's referring to the Kinoma versus the Pleroma. The creator versus the creator. It's plural, if that make any sense. So when Jesus is breaking the bread, when you see these different gods breaking, shattering the things in half, and it's just trying to show you this right here. When the one creator becomes many different forms of itself through many different parallel realities that is branched out and was birthed from the center. So easy stuff, but I just want to go ahead now and tie this into Dante Inferno. And what we're going to do, we're going to look at an illustration of the Inferno real quick. And I want to talk to you about rebirth and why your journey up the stairway to heaven, or ascending through these different worlds that make up the Inferno, is no different than a sperm cell traveling through a vaginal canal to make it to the fetal bag or the egg so that it can be born. You haven't been born. Your soul's, listen to me, your soul's journey up the stairway to heaven, spiritually, you look like a sperm cell that's still traveling up the mama's vaginal canal, which is why they're telling you that the female womb is the stairway to heaven. So let me show you what I mean. Look at the vagina right here, the vaginal canal. You see that the entry point, right here, it has this little ripple pattern. You see right here? This is the gateway to heaven. If you look at any images of the goddess, when it say, in order for a man to be born in heaven, you got to be born through the goddess. Watch this. If you look up the great mother goddess, she was the first Christ. She's right there with her arms open because she's personifying the uterus. So why do the great mother got her arms open all the time? And why do Christ got his arms open all the time? You feel me? Watch this. The secret is resurrection, rebirth. And when Jesus is saying you got to go through me, when you look at the great mother personifying the uterus, this is what you're looking at right here. Look, you can see that this part of the vaginal canal right here looks like the great mother with her arms raised up. And so it's different forms of that. Let's try to find some different ones. If they bent those arms at a certain angle just to show you this concept, if you look at any of these images of the great mother, her geometry is this vaginal tract, the entryway to the womb. Now, when the sperm enters the womb, it has to ascend up this canal. And what that looked like is salmon. If you ever seen salmon journey back home, watch this. If you ever seen salmon, when they returning back home, they have to swim against the current upstream. They have to climb waterfalls, y'all. A fish jumping up a wall. And guess what? It's one of the hardest journeys of a salmon's existence is to return back to their homeland. So guess what, y'all? The root word of salmon is sal because it's dealing with salvation. You can study a salmon and you can understand what climbing the stairway to heaven is all about, to return back home. You feel me? So salmon is very crazy, man, how they have to do exactly what our soul has to do, which is why the symbol of Christ was a fish and all that. Now, we can debate what kind of fish it was, but I want it to be a salmon. All right? We just tripping. We just hit the like, share on your way in. Let me continue here. So the sperm is doing what the salmon doing. It's trying to be born. When the sperm get to their motherland, they just gonna mate and die and create a whole nother new set of sperm that's gonna do it again. That's like saying you're gonna rebirth yourself. What if all of these salmon are the same souls recreating themselves as babies and doing the journey all over again? This is what people talk. The same cycle, same souls reborn. And the whole thing is this. Your ascent up this canal as a sperm cell, once you make it past this point, you into what's called the Holy of Holies. You've ascended now to the Holy of Holies, and they told this story through the ziggurat system, which is a womb. So let's go and check out the ziggurat so you can see what I'm talking about here. When you look at the ziggurat, it's representing a woman's womb, which is built just like the Babel Tower, the stairway to heaven. Because what's going on here is the stairway to heaven is through the woman's leg, because we're not going to be born again through Jesus. We're going to be born again through our mother in higher realms, through the womb, which is a stargate, just like we was born here, right? And you're going to be born again in another earth, in a higher realm, another you. Is going to be another one of your mama, another your daddy going to be a better version in that realm. Everything going to be better. Your same family. We're all going to keep shifting our consciousness higher to the base reality through rebirths through the woman. And that looks like on a spiritual level what it looks like on a physical, biological level, with the sperm getting past the hardest part of the journey, which is climbing the stairway to heaven. Because once the sperm get through the vaginal canal, it's beamed up into heaven. This is a spaceship. This top part here is like a vortex energy that's receiving is receiving some, like a funneling system. That's why it's made this way, like a river delta. A river delta is made the same way. So watch this, right? Just like on a physical, biological level, the sperm have to ascend through the vaginal canal in order to make it to the Holy of Holies to be born, right? So watch this. That's what we're looking at with the step pyramid, people. When the Pharaoh was climbing this thing, it was talking about birth through the womb. So when people visit in the step pyramid and everybody climbing up it, it just saying when we leave a body and our soul is traveling, toward the portal to go to our next destination, that portal is actually the vaginal canal of a higher version of our mother that exists in a higher realm. And that light that you see is the light of the hospital of a higher reality waiting to give birth to you. All points in time are synced together, string theory. This point in time is not gonna happen in the higher plane until your soul bursts through the Stargate. So this is what the ancients taught, that when the sperm made contact with the egg, that was a soul entering the holies of holies, and now it's gonna be transformed and beamed up, right? Jack in the box, because every soul you see entering that top box, they're being blasted off of the earth realm like a spiritual launch pad system into the next mother on a higher plane as a baby to repeat the process. And they'll retain all of the knowledge that they received when they was here. And they will take that to make a better version of themselves every time they ascend higher. They'll pass the baton. And here's another Gnostic artistic version of this concept of all the lower selves in the cinema, in the theater, in the divine comedy, what Dante calls the divine comedy here. All of the lower forms of God down there having his human existence. But then God working himself all the way up here to know that, you know what? I'm almighty. I'm tripping. Like, my power was weak because it was split up. It was split up, right? But when all that energy from each version of the self culminate at the top as one being, man, that's what they call the God body. So stand by. We're going to continue this. Hold on a second, though. So check this out, right? Check this out. Let's continue this further. So this was all based upon, again, the womb, like I was just saying, right here. And again, when you compare that stairway to the vaginal canal, and you can see each side of here would be two ovaries, right? And you can see, like, at the top, you have the sun and the moon on the left and right of God. They're representing your real birth in the real world, right? Because your mama and daddy is gods, and you're a god in heaven. But see, you ain't gonna be born through your mama with your last birth. You're gonna be born out of your own womb. Now, what that mean? I know that sound crazy. Don't crucify me. Watch this. See, here is your final birth. Your final birth ain't gonna take place out of your mama belly in a hospital. Your final birth in the highest realm is gonna be just like your mama and daddy. Everybody waking up from Sophia, which is the cosmic mother, and that ain't even a human. That is a big computer that we made so that we can be born inside of the digital earth, the digital program, the cinema. So the whole concept of being conception is just the computer part of this whole experience firing up And birth is, see, conception is your pure energy, pure you, pure soul entering the world. And then what happens is when it's entering the world, right? When your pure soul is conceived and it enters the world, right? It's like Superman entering that top booth to change clothes. Once your soul enters the egg, it enters the earth. And inside of that, it starts to change into a human. And that's Superman, right? And this would be in reverse. Instead of Superman changing into Superman, he going into the booth and changing into Lois Clark like a regular human. And he not flying in this. When he turned into his regular version, he's not flying. So in between lifetimes, we are gods flying to heaven, choosing which version of ourselves we want to be in the Great Hall of Osiris, which looks like this right here. This right here, this whole system is what they're calling the Pleroma. But see, once we unlock every room, every script, and master every version, and we live in like a multi-dimensional, unified version of ourselves, this thing becomes like a heaven. It becomes the same thing made us cry, gonna make us smile, like at the end of the Matrix. When Neo woke up, he didn't want to leave the Matrix. He wanted to go back in it and have fun and kick ass, because he know he the king of it. See, the reason we want to lead the world is because we don't rule it no more. But we created this place and enjoyed it once we had full control over it. That's like saying we made AI, and AI was cool at first, but once AI started ruling over us, it wasn't so cool. So if we get back control over AI, so to speak, then we can bring back the good old days and get out of bondage. That's kind of like what we saying here in so many words. And I think we program AI to do everything it's doing so that we can become our greater version. And you can't leave here until you defeat the beast, because the ancestors know we wanted to program AI to do what it's doing if we couldn't beat it. Like they say in the Bible, God ain't gonna put too much on you that you can't bear. So let me go even deeper here. Remember what I was saying about transformation, right? This would be happening in reverse, though. In the case of Superman, he entering the booth and he taking his cape off. You call that a fallen angel. That'll be like Superman dropping out the sky, changing into his regular clothes, and nobody even know that he was Superman. So that's what they taught about the gods. They said that the gods fell out the sky and they clothed themselves in human bodies, and all of us ain't the same. Some of us are fallen angels. Some of us are risen devils. So you got two kind of beings here, but they both are masked in what we call the body, the flesh. Angels and demons, angels and demons. All religious texts teach this. All religious texts teach this. So check this out, right? Which one are you? You have to ask that question here, because we can't tell. Everybody's inside of a skin. Even the agents and even the devil inside the Matrix movie look like a human. Those are the agents. Everybody look the same. The devils and the angels, because it's a computer video game. The characters and non-player characters look the same. So when Superman get in the booth and change into his earthly clothes, he's working a regular job. And if Superman get into a fight, then he just get his ass whooped. How many of y'all grew up watching Superman? It resonated with us so much because Superman did not have no powers outside of his transformation. He just wouldn't win if he wasn't Superman. He had to change. That's telling us a story. It's a reason they telling us that. We don't have any powers as gods as long as we're humans. But in between lifetimes, guess what we're doing? We're hitting the booth. We're hitting that booth, y'all, and we're transforming who we are to another version. And every transformation, a little bit of our cape is revealed. And when we get to the final room, the final holy of holies up here at the top, that's when we come out as real Superman with its full potential. And everybody in that world is Superman, Superwomen with their fullest potential. And that cape represent the fact that you're able to exist in this higher realm. So what is the word cape? It's the word cap, right? The cap of the pyramid is at the top. Now, if you rearrange the word cap or cape, you will get apex, which is another play on the word apex, which is dealing with the top of something. What we looking at now is a bunch of sperm cells racing toward the egg. And that represents every human being with a soul. The egg has layers. You can look this up in science. But the egg has these layers. And the sperm, when it pierces the egg, that don't mean it made it to the center. The sperm have to travel through these layers now. And each layer gets harder and harder, or easier and easier, I think. It doesn't matter. Each layer is a challenge. And each layer is a challenge because it's a different medium that the sperm got to learn to manipulate. And that's to say that every time your soul passes through a different ether, it lands in a different version of itself that does what? Move different. Why do each version of yourself move different? Because it's being influenced differently by each ether. Each ether is influencing the journey differently according to the ancestors. So it's like saying each of your versions of yourself in a dream don't behave like the you that's here. It's an alternative form of you. So parallel realities, it's the same reality. They are all parallel to each other, but slightly alternated, making each version of this earth vibrate at its own frequency, which then each one would influence you differently based upon that alteration, creating a different version of you in each one. And our consciousness can shift back and forth to these multiple dimensions. And that ability is what we're trying to gain back through a series of lifetimes where we're getting acquainted with each version of the self in each layer. And the sperm passing through the first layer can be seen as the body passing through this first heaven or this first earth, according to the ancestors. And that after this layer, one will be born again to travel through a second layer. And in that version of yourself, you will have a different set of problems and a different set of rewards, solutions. You have a different set of curses and a different set of gifts that you would master yourself in each one, discovering and breaking through a new layer of the self that you didn't know before you went on that quest. And you will do this layer after layer till you finally reach the very center of the egg, where your transformative process will finally be over and it will be your last birth. And that last birth is the birth out of the simulation and into the real world. So if you study how sperms, how they ascend into the core of an egg, it ain't as simple as we've been taught. The egg itself proposes obstacles for the sperm, which I just named. We're going to take a break in case if the dogs get loud, we'll take a break. So what do we see at the Vatican? Let me go to my slides real quick and just do some syncretism. What do we see at the Vatican? Let's pull this up real quick. So when we go to the Vatican, what we see is this same ancient concept embedded within the Vatican, as above, so below, as within, so without. The magnetic ley lines of the earth are also the striations of the female reproductive tract. The word matrix has the word ma in it for a reason. It has the word ma in it for a reason. What's the next word? Tricks. The trick is that we think we had mamas, right? We don't have any mamas. And you're going to realize that when you're born out of Eden from a computer, that the concept of you being born out of your mother was just false. Montrix. Montrix. Drop a 1 if y'all was able to hear that over the dogs, because I can repeat it for you. Drop a 1. That'll let me know if I can keep on talking when the dog's barking, because I don't even know if they even that loud. But yeah, salutes to y'all. Drop a 1 if you just heard everything I said just now. And I'll keep on. So yeah, I can speak over the dogs. Cool, cool. That's good to know. All right. So let's continue. Montrix is the fact that your mama, your daddy, your grandma, everybody, when they wake up in the highest heaven, they ain't gonna be born out of their mother. They're gonna be born out of themselves, their own womb. So when they talked about the cosmic womb, the starship, or the Merkaba, or the divine feminine associated with every human, no matter if you're man or woman, that represent everyone gonna be born out of their own sin. And the word sin is root word of synth body, the fake word, their own cinema, their own cinematic experience. We're all having our own dream in our separate worlds. And these worlds are building a network called the internet. It's interconnected. It's an interconnected dream experience. It's an interconnected network of dreams, of all our dreams culminating into one reality, just like going online. But just like going online, everybody ain't online all the time at the same time. And that's the same thing about everyone on the earth. Different people come and go throughout different times on this earth, basically. Because some people waking back up on the other side, some people just going inside their chamber. So when you finally make it up out this thing and get to this realm right here where Neo at, when you wake up out this thing, you're going to be seeing young souls going into it for the first time. And you're going to be like the student graduating, like I remember when that was me. And you're going to be like, man, they just don't know what they got ahead of them. Because the moment they pod shut, they're going to forget who they are. And they're going to be born in the cinema, the Truman Show. But you got to let them go on their journey. You know what I'm saying? This is what's happening in the highest realm. People are getting out of school and people are going into school. It's a beautiful thing. But because of that, in these simulations, people are constantly dying and people are constantly being born. The reason life and death are constantly happening at the same time is for the same reason in school. People, new students are constantly coming in, old students leaving school and entering what? The real world. Same thing, as above, so below. Everything we do here is a ritual of what we're doing on a spiritual level. So leaving school and entering the real world, as they call it. So it's almost like we're saying school is the fake world. School is the fake world, right? It's more controlled, more simulated, you know. So that's what this is. School was always seen as the fake world. That's even how we even use the words today. That's why we say when you leave school, welcome to the real world. That's what they're going to tell you when you wake up and eating out the Holy of Holies. They're going to say, boy, welcome to the real world. They're going to be laughing and shit. That's why Dante called it a divine comedy. It's a divine comedy. Because when you finally wake up on the other side, it's like, man, welcome to the real world. You know, boom. type shit. But if you look at this illustration of the Pleroma, you can compare this to Dante Inferno, and you can also compare it to the female womb like I've been doing here. And I don't want to really share this too many times because it's hard to monetize when you use the V word and you show images like this. So I might not be able to monetize this, but I gotta give this information. So buckle up, we about to go even deeper with syncretism, all right?
Sanchez cocinando.
So when we talk about the matrix, we can't escape the word ma, M-A. You know what I'm saying? Because think about this. When you say pleroma, pleroma, pleroma. When you say matrix, matrix. When you say cinema, 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 you're gonna have ma. But let's look at the pleroma. Let's sync. Now let's show y'all now that I went into the biological aspect, dealing with the female body, I want to go into the digital aspect, the mechanical aspect on the matrix, because we are dealing with machinery here. And another way you can look at this whole concept that I'm showing you right now, the pleroma and the cinema or the cinema, is this right here. We've all done this before. It's called a infinity screen glitch. Drop a 1 in the chat room if you're familiar with this glitch right here. If you use any streaming software or broadcasting software, you've experienced this at some point. Go ahead and let me know with those ones. I just want to see just before I move forward. So it kind of let me know how deep I got to speak about the glitch aspect. Because if people familiar with this glitch, then ain't no need of me going into all the technical talk. Because then I can kind of skip through that. Because that means y'all know about what I'm showing you here. Okay, so I figured that everybody would pretty much understand this concept, so that's gonna save us some time. Now, what we looking at though, how this tied to the pleroma, right? Because you see how all of these parallel realities lead to the Christ. All of these culminate to this highest point together. Now let's look at this. What we seeing here is this, y'all. We're looking down the great hall of Osiris. And all of these worlds and realms lead back to the source. Because guess what? If you've ever done this glitch before on your computer, let's say that you projected your screen share, your broadcast out to infinity, right? So people can see like an infinite glitch, like they're seeing, like there's like a tunnel that's leading to you. Because basically what's happening is this, right? I want you to look at this like a pyramid from the top down view. Right now, I want you to picture this right here as if we're looking at a pyramid from the top down view, because right now we finna break down Emerald City in the Wizard of Oz, and we finna break down this ziggurat concept, and that's an emerald. The reason it's called Emerald City at the North Pole is because it's based on the Emerald Code. If you look at the emerald closely, you can see it has an X. It's like a pyramid code because it got 4 walls to it, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? You can see that pattern clearly. And you can compare that to this. Why though? Why am I pulling all this up? This is like a wormhole, y'all, because on the other end of this is everyone that's looking at your screen from their computer. And on the other side is you looking into the vortex. Basically, if we can show you what this meant on a spiritual level, all the people on the other side of this broadcast would be the people in the world that's walking around with you in the simulation, talking to you, going to work with you and all that in the simulation. Them the people you sharing your screen with. And right now, your soul is sharing its screen from the highest realm. And from the highest realm, it's looking through the many worlds that it had to project through to get to this lowest realm. So our journey back home is like us going through the computer screen because think about this, right? This is like a wormhole that we're looking through. And if your soul was to travel from its house, let's say that your real house is Eden, right? And the moment you get into your monitor, the first screen that you go to is like the first heaven. And you slowly fall down through the second heaven, third heaven, fourth heaven, and you get all the way to the bottom of this thing. Basically, let me show you another way of looking at it because I want y'all third eye to really lock in with me.
Sanchez cocinando.
Hold on. Remember this movie cover, the platform? That's the Babel Tower concept. Watch this. You see how they all looking down the little black hole? That's what's happening at the North Pole. I can show you some ancient versions of this real quick. Hold on. Because I think we should do that. Yeah, let's do that. Here it is. So what I want to do is just a picture, though. There we go. This is called the Dark Tower. They got a movie called The Dark Tower. It's an opening that it's a split in time. It splits time and space. It opens up a portal so that we can travel between the dimensions. And what the dimensions are the many false realities that was projected from the top all the way down to the earth realm. And when you're at the bottom world and you looking up into this tunnel, right? Let's go to this real quick. Imagine yourself at the bottom of this thing looking up into that tunnel. It'll be like the platform movie. Let's go back to it. Let's pull another one up because they got a bunch of different versions of this cover and each one is dope. So we don't got to just stick to that one all the time. Let me show you another one. See, this one is fire because this is what I'm talking about. If you were able to look up, see, I'm glad some told me to go back. This is excellent. So if you was at the bottom of this thing and you was trying to climb the stairway to heaven, it'll be through lifetimes and you would climb all the way up to the Holy of Holies where you will be born out of the simulation. So right here, right, when you looking at this, what I wanted to show you was this. It's like a screen share glitch. But think of you being at the base of you're inside of a step pyramid, fam. Listen what I'm telling you. You're inside of a ziggurat right now called the earth. All of the step pyramids was just trying to tell us about the Babel concept about the earth we're in. The most important knowledge to the ancestors was knowing that they was trapped in a fake world. Wouldn't that be the most important knowledge to anybody walking around a digital program? Hey man, wake the hell up. This shit is fake. Anything else will be beneath that. You can tell them anything else about finances, survival in that fake world, how to hunt animals, how to get a good job. But ultimately, the greatest knowledge in that damn game is hey, it's a game. Don't forget that part now, regardless of whatever else you do in the game. Remember that part, right? So that's why you see this stuff everywhere around the game, so that the players would always know it's just a game. Because our ancestors were so advanced, they created Earth-like simulations that was indistinguishable from the real Earth or the base reality. Here are ancient concepts that we see today: Jack in the box, or Jack leaving the box, Jesus leaving the world and being born again in heaven. That comes from the Olmecs. As we can see, everybody was on the same page about the knowledge of the tower and the ziggurat. They're hiding it right in front of us. And this is what it means about the consciousness ascending up the Kundalini. The central nervous system is deeper than just your spinal cord and your body. You get what I'm saying? It's talking about the spinal cord in your God body, which is called the backbone of Osiris. Osiris is the name of your God body, not the name of this little guy. Let me show you how this works. Let me show you how this works. Let me draw a spinal cord for you. We're going to draw a little spinal cord, man. That go one disc, that go a disc. It's 7. Let's just do 7 spinal discs. Just for the sake of the chakras. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now this is, let's just say this is a spinal cord. Here go the head up here. Now look, this is not your body. This is your mummified body in Eden, wrapped up. It looks like a spinal cord because the spinal cord is where consciousness resides at, and consciousness is your God. It's coming from your God body, which looks like a mummy. So a mummy and a spinal cord they look like the same thing for a reason. And the mummy was called Santa, and the spinal cord is in the center. Now look, this is your God body in the highest heaven. It's wrapped up. But here go your earthly body right here, or earthly bodies, plural. Your consciousness got to work its way from the bottom you to the top you. And consciousness has to ascend out the simulation and seats itself in the head of its God body head. Your consciousness is in your lower head. When they say, get your mind out the gutter, man. Get your mind out the gutter. It's talking spiritual talk, people. This is a spiritual message talking, get your mind out the gutter. It's saying raise your consciousness up and come back to life, back to reality. Because you ain't in the real world. We're in an earth-like simulation here. So as we incarnate up this Jacob's ladder into the different better versions of us, they get better and better. Until one day, the illusion is over and our consciousness returns back to God, to the Godhead, as they call it. You unite with the Godhead, as they call it. Once the consciousness get right here, this whole thing falls apart and opens up like a caterpillar's cocoon, and the God body is revealed. Your arms come out, your legs come out, you stretch like Demolition Man. Like Demolition Man, and they gonna debrief you. They're gonna be like, man, you been asleep for like 2 hours on heaven time. And you gonna be like, you mean to tell me all 7 of them lifetimes was just 2 hours up here? They gonna be like, yep. You've been playing the game about 2 hours. Wanna play again? And you're gonna be like, hell no, unplug me from this bullshit. You gotta goddamn, this is crazy. We will be right back. We got to take a 30-second commercial break.
Support the content you love. Your contribution matters. It helps us continue our groundbreaking research, allowing us to create the unique content that you expect from our brand. Contribute today via Cash App, PayPal, or Patreon. Thank you.
All right, now that we got that out the way, let's get right back to it. So we get the point about this screen share glitch and all that. I'm going to just keep it moving now. I got some chat GPT notes I want to go over real quick about Dante and Inferno. while y'all look at the thumbnail. And Dante's Divine Comedy is a 14th century epic written as an allegory of the soul's journey. It's not just a story. It's an ancient cosmology encoded in Christian language. The poem is divided into 3 realms. Before I read them, I would like to let you all know that Jesus' story of resurrection into heaven is based upon Dante's Divine Comedy, Plato's Cave, and other stories that told this same concept in other archetypes before Christ. So I guess it was their attempt over time to tell this story in easier, better ways so that they can make it more digestible. But in doing so, people started to take it literally and lose the reason, behind the knowledge behind it, I should say. So the 3 realms of Dante's Divine Comedy is Inferno, which is hell, the lowest one. And then you have Purgatory, in between Purgatorio, which is the Taurus field. Toro is the one we're in now. So that's crazy that, I don't know, man. I know we ain't in heaven yet. We climbing the stairway there. And we can argue if we in Inferno or Purgatory, but when we read about them, I guess we'll be able to know. So let's do that. Inferno is the descent into the self. Let me give y'all, I want y'all to read with me. I think it's going to be dope to share these notes with y'all right now. And we can kind of read together. So the Inferno is the descent into the self. And look at we got the theme right here as well. So it's facing your shadow, confronting the lower nature. It's nothing to be scared of. It's battling your demons. Every obstacle in your life is a projection of some deeper inside of you that you gotta master for you to become your greatest version, y'all, for real. So the god of Inferno, because each layer got its own god. Ain't that something? The god is Virgil, and it's the symbol of human reason. Structure is the 9 circles of hell. So some people call them 7 circles of hell, 9 circles of hell. But how do you want to look at those? The 9 circles of hell. This is what they are right here. Each one of your spinal cord is made out of a bunch of circles, like chakras, like wheels, like discs. That's all interconnected. And the reason I'm pointing out your spinal cord is because that's the backbone of Osiris. Go look it up. The Egyptians, when they was teaching about the backbone of Osiris, they was talking about what I'm teaching right now. So the backbone of Osiris is basically telling us how consciousness resides in the central nervous system and how to work its way up. But a lot of people, they look at that one way. They say, okay, that's how we dream. That's how we astral project. And you're right. You've been doing your research. But that's also not only how, because that's talking about how we get out of our body. But when you get out your body right here, you just go to other different bodies right here. You never rise up. See what John and all them was talking about? They was talking about rising all the way up to the highest heaven and uniting with the Godhead. Drop a 1 in the chat room if you know what I'm talking about. Enoch, John, even Jonah, which is another form of John. They both is genie. The genie leaving the lamp is Jonah leaving the well. I keep telling you. So, but this is what the world is. The world, think of it like a whirlwind, a tornado. So your God body in heaven, it ain't wrapped up in bandages. It's wrapped up in a whirlwind. That's the ether. That's the veil. Think of a huge tornado wrapped around your body. Our God body in heaven, that's what it looked like. That's the concept of the mummy. You've been wrapped up in a false light, an illusion, in the Maya, as the ancestors called it. So the concept of a mummy is deeper. And this mummy actually gonna wake up one day in heaven. It's gonna come out of the pyramid called the earth and break away from all these illusions through each world. These can be looked at as the 9 circles of hell, or the 7 circles of hell. Remember that the word circle come from the word kakara, which is the word chakra. Go look up your etymology. Go look up the word chakra. You will see that's where we get the modern word circle. So when you talk about a hurricane, it's a bunch of circles, or a tornado. And the whirl is literally a whirlwind. WHIRL is WORLD. That's why the spine, if you take the E off, is what? The span. The span, all of the energy is rotating up and down the spine. And once it goes up the spine, it exits out the crown and forms your auric field around your body, and it comes back in through the soul, and keep doing it. You're in your own vibrational bubble. You and your own projected experience around you that's coming from within you. And all this, you're your own network of cells that all stack up to the highest one that the network is coming from. And that goes back to that computer glitch I was telling y'all about. Because all of those screens ultimately lead back to the real you in your room that's sitting behind the computer. You see what I'm saying? Let's look at it again. So the last one that we looking at would be the version of you that I'm talking to right now in the earth realm. You're projecting yourself here from the highest heaven. So all of us that's interacting with each other in this world, it's to say that that's just one layer of reality. That'll be like this first screen right here, the biggest one. And then, when that person die, that particular screen fade away, this first layer. And they pass their soul back up a layer to the layer behind this one, like we said, behind the veil. And all of our screens that's still showing this first layer in the front, we still alive. You see what I'm saying? But see, when we go behind, pass back one layer. We ascending in layers. You see what I'm saying? So everybody in this world is because they consciousness projected this far down into this layer. But there are spirits in other layers of reality that we call the dead that have shifted their consciousness into different other bandwidths and pocket frequencies, paranormal activity. We can even detect these realms, but we can't see them. We can dial into different frequencies and bandwidth and get activity in every one, like songs on a radio station. So we know that there's life after death, but they don't want to debunk the whole religious system, rewrite all the damn science books and all that. This is a screen share. And you sharing your life with us, all of us, is you sharing your screen with us, like OBS. Everybody's sharing a screen with each other. And when you stop screen sharing, we call it death. You leave the world. And we screen sharing in like a multiple layered glitch system like what I'm showing you now, where it's different networks and experiences behind networks leading all the way back to the original conversation, the original experience in Eden, which is everyone's ultimate destination. So now that we know the 9 circles of hell, or the 7 circles of hell, when Jesus told his disciples to go build the 7 churches, he was talking about how the Godhead went and created 7 versions of itself, or 9 versions of itself. The reason I say that is because some systems got 9 chakras, Some systems got 7. So it ain't sure on how many lifetimes we gonna have. It may be 7 or 9. But I'm thinking that it can be as many as a person need. It ain't really set. It can be many as a person need to get there. But that's just my theory. And I'm kind of going outside of the normal things that the ancients taught with that one, just to give you a disclaimer. So these circles represent the human being stuck in ego and in illusion and material appetites. Each circle is a different vibration of suffering created by your own choices. The descent into hell is a self-confrontation, like going into the subconscious and confronting your own demons. Let me give y'all some eye candy while we go deep with this, man. The circle number 1 is limbo, lost knowledge and confused souls. Ignorance, basically. Circle 2 is lust, where people are just overpowered by desire. Circle 3 is gluttony, and that's when you control by all of your appetites, your lower appetites. No, that ain't just food, by the way. Circle 4 is greed, hoarders and wasters in endless conflict. Circle 5 is wrath, eternal rage and resentment. We got to master all these energies. These energies can't master us. So it say right here, circle 6 is heresy, where people are imprisoned inside of false beliefs. That's like your religious programming. So it's a lot of different things that got us tangled up. Each of these circles is like a wrap around you. You feel me? That you got to overgrow. Each of these circles is like wrapping the mummy up, and for him to break out of that thing like Evil Knievel. See, this is what Evil Knievel was teaching us some stuff. Everybody teaching us this different stuff. When Evil Knievel trying to break out the straitjacket and he's underwater, he's dealing with a whole spiritual lesson. Let me show y'all some. Let me see if I can find this. But Evil Knievel, let me see. I think he got the straitjacket. Oh man, they gave me something else. Damn. Didn't he do another stunt with like a straitjacket or something? Or is that somebody else? I forgot the dude's name. He put the straitjacket on and then he go under the water and he try to free himself. But that's what they showing us here, like with the sunken city of Atlantis. Because the straitjacket, let me show you what the straitjacket is. It's the whole mummy concept. Because they said when you crazy as hell, they got to put you in one of these. In the base reality, we don't have our mature spiritual consciousness. We operate when you, by the standards of what's in the highest heaven, all of us would be considered lower spirits. And we got to get our energy right, tune ourselves into our right vibration to tune into the version of ourself that's up there in the highest heaven. But my whole thing is with this straitjacket concept is we literally trying to break out of bondage, and it looks like this. If you stack up a bunch of these guys on top of each other like this, you'll create that spinal cord concept that I was just telling you about right here, to where each one of these is wrapped up in this spinal disc, which is like a straitjacket wrapping them up. And for consciousness to ascend all the way up, it got to start at the bottom, and he got to break out. Boom! Like Samson pulling back the pillars. So Boom, he break out of his world. And then he come up here to this world now, right? That world passes away. He gets stronger, like a snake shedding the skin. Then boom, he break out of that one. Boom, and he keep going up. You breaking out of like these individual straitjackets. This is why the Indian had a totem pole with different layers with different faces. Each animal represent a different human nature within the self. You see what I'm saying? And ain't nothing new about symbolizing energies and frequencies that affect our behavior with animals, because that's what the zodiac is about. So don't let that confuse you either. Circle 8 was fraud, manipulators, deceivers. Circle 7, violence against self, others, and others. Circle 9 was treachery. Now, purgatory was transformation, purification, rising up from ego. And the guide was Virgil, then Beatrice. A structure was a mountain with 7 terraces. Sound familiar? Here go the mountain with 7 terraces. Let me go to that. Now we talking about the 7 heavens, because it makes sense now, because they're called the 7 heavens, and we're in purgatory, not the inferno. Inferno would be the father, what I'm thinking. And now that we're in the earth realm, we're in the first heaven. And this is dope to know that we've already begun our ascent from the lowest, because there is a chakra beneath, like the spinal cord, and that's the root chakra. Every other chakra above that is in a spinal cord disc. But the only chakra that is not in a spinal disc is the one that is in the sex organ. And it would be somewhere like right here. It would be like in a pelvic blade. I can't draw it that good, but you know. But then all your other chakras would literally be part of that Jacob's ladder, that elevator that's getting beamed up. So it's almost to say, once you enter the first heaven, you can't, it's only going up from there. It's only gonna be, and that's actually dope to know, man, because I was confused about exactly what the earth was. I think this kind of leaning me toward, instead of us being in the lowest underworld, we may be in the first heaven. I don't know, but this is yeah. Either way, what we read now is saying that for sure. Because it's saying purgatory is the mountain of consciousness and ascension. So I've been, well, a lot of us, we got a bad look with the word purgatory. We got a bad look with that word. But according to this, purgatory ain't bad. It's a transformative experience, which makes a lot of sense. Because, again, the phone booth concept, in the phone booth, transforming in each, going inside of the cube to transform in each one. I see the mountain of consciousness and transformation. We on point, yeah. It's a mountain with 7 terraces. We already know it's a spiritual climb toward higher awareness. The soul is being polished, corrected, and elevated. Each terrace removes a different dead weight of the ego. Man, that's comforting, because I've been experiencing this in my whole life, and I've been getting more humble and humble the older I get, and it just feels better. It makes me feel better, like living more guiltless, if that make any sense. But shout out to I'm missing the super chats. My bad. Let me take a minute to shout out to Hydrogen, to Breon Pratt. Thank you. Shout out to William Lumpkin. and to chill will. William said we have to have a neutral vibration like zero as a dot to ascend. All right, William. Appreciate that, Jewel, and for being a member. Shout out to you, Breon Pratt. He said, thanks for hard work and research and teaching. Thank you. Breon. Shout out to Chill Will. He said, keep doing what you're doing, fam. Your work doesn't go unnoticed. I can't imagine the hours you must put in to deliver what you do on a regular. Salutes. I appreciate all of y'all for the love and for being members of the channel and for the support. For real. And so right now, yep, these 7 terraces: pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, lust. And then the third one, last but not least, paradisal, the realm of divine knowledge, enlightenment, cosmic knowledge, unity with the divine. Beatrice and then Saint Bernard would be the guides. Structure would be 9 celestial spheres, then the Empyrean, God's mind or light. But what heaven really symbolizes, ascension through increasingly high vibrations, planets, or frequencies, the soul regaining its original divine awareness, understanding the geometry and harmony of the universe. Boom. Okay. Simple stuff. Simple stuff. The word pleroma, right? I was trying to break the word down with etymology, the word pleroma. And this is what I came up with. Check it out. Hold on. We're going to break it down like this, right? Pleroma. Let's break it down like that. Pleroma. And then let's do this. We go to etymology. We type in the first word, PLE. It takes us to this. Plebeian, because the word comes, PLE is really Pele. P-E-L-E right here, as you can see. Pele, Pele. But it sends us to an adjective, because let me break down how etymology works. PLE is an adjective. PLE comes from a word that was an adjective, is what I'm saying. And the word is plebeian, is what we seeing. And it say of or characteristic of the lower class or the common people. Now that's crazy, because the pleroma is dealing with the highest heaven. That's crazy. And then the next word is Roma, gypsy, like roaming, moving. So pleroma, that's crazy, because the whole concept of the pleroma, let's go back to this, is the soul's journeying like a gypsy from a lower realm with common people, because the path, the broad path is wide. Most people is on the bottom realms in the inferno, and the realms start to get less crowded with beings of light at the top. But check this out. It's almost like this is a filtering system to keep different frequencies in their own realms. So traveling to other Earths is literally shifting our consciousness to other versions of ourselves and these other screen shares behind this one, like what I was saying earlier. But the reason the word plea is dealing with lower or common people, because your journey start at the base of the spine, at the lowest realm, and then you go up to the Pleroma. But the last word, Roma, is dealing with moving or journeying, roaming around, because it's an ascension. This is basically the stairway to heaven, and it's talking about your soul's journey to the ultimate realm. So Pleroma, it makes perfect sense, and that's all I wanted to do to show you right there. So let's shift to something else. Rome in tech terms is read-only memory. Don't forget about that, or RAM, a type of non-volatile memory that permanently stores data and instructions that a computer needs to start up and operate. The reason why I'm showing you this is because what I was telling you earlier about the Pleroma concept. It's the Babel Tower. It's your God, the backbone of Osiris, right? Let's go to the backbone of Osiris and see you ascending up to your God body that I was just telling you about on the board. You ascending up to the God body from the bottom realm. See, when we look at this chart, what the Gnostics was giving us, this last big block would be like you being at the lowest realm, right down at the bottom. And then from there, you move up in layers till you get all the way up here where Christ is, dealing with the Pleroma. The Christ mean this little gap right here, the split, the crease where these two meet. Boom. Your two natures merge into one. All of the cells merge to one. Now the thing is this. Hold on. Where it is? Where here it is, Rome. So what's happening, like the movie Demolition Man? Let's say that in the highest heaven, your God body is sleep. And somebody in the highest heaven is summoning you. They waking up the gods in heaven. Just say you got this pod up in heaven where you sleep like in Demolition Man. And in your sleep, you dreaming about living out these lifetimes. But all of these dreams is somebody activating a false world to wake your consciousness up to the highest heaven. Start with the first dream, second dream, third dream, fourth dream, and so forth. So the whole thing about it is this. The moment your soul break out of the last cycle of life and death, hold on, you're gonna remember everything about who you are. All of the lost knowledge that you lost when you failed is gonna come back to you because you went on this journey. Each layer of yourself is giving you back some lost knowledge in each world that you born through. And when you get all that knowledge, it's like loading up. It's like if I load up a character in a computer, but the character I'm loading up is an amalgamation, a compilation of a whole bunch of different prototypes of the same character that we made throughout different generations, different evolutionary milestones of us perfecting them at different times. So like, let's say you take the first Sega with the second Sega, the third Sega Genesis, the fourth Sega Genesis. You take all of these different versions of them and make one ultimate version, taking the best that each one had to offer. So from the old all the way to the new. And that make the best version. So let's say you loading up this character in a simulation and it says, wait a minute, loading. And as it loads, what he's experiencing is rebirth through simulations, because that'll be like him remembering each version of him that we made throughout every evolutionary milestone. The word chakra come from the word shekara. It was literally called a checkpoint or a milestone, like in a game. So this whole thing is a game, and each rebirth is a milestone, a checkpoint all the way to the finish line. But the thing is this, we're learning something at each checkpoint. You ever played a video game? I'm gonna make you remember something that you never paid attention to when you played a checkpoint based open world video game. You ever notice that the gamers don't just give us checkpoints at random milestones? They space the checkpoints out in the game based upon certain shit they want you to learn at certain points in the game. So like at the first milestone, you may master just punching and kicking. Then at the second milestone, you get like a weapon or some shit you gotta learn. And it's basically some different you gotta learn at each checkpoint for its save. You know what I'm saying? Because it's finna take you into a whole nother phase of the game at that checkpoint. It's a turning point. So each of these rebirths or chakra points are just like that, where you finna master and learn something new at each one. Now, at the end of the game, when you add up what you learned at each checkpoint, it makes the character in the game look just the way we see him in the movie. So, like if you playing Batman, you don't look like the Batman in the movie until like your last parts of the game, when you get all the weapons, you find the car, you gotta unlock your car, you gotta unlock this, right? So by the time you at the end of the movie, it go to looking just like a Hollywood film, because you done mastered all the perks, all the shit. It looked more like, you see what I'm saying? You're mastering the character, and it would be the same thing we doing now, mastering the self through checkpoints though, because it's different layers of yourself. You got, for example, you got to learn the sword, you got to learn the gun, you got to learn each part of that character to ultimately act them out the best way. Because if you don't know how to shoot, but Batman know how to shoot, fight, swim, all of that, you can't really act the role out in totality. So the Pleroma is where we're acting out the best version of ourselves, but we can only do that through the same system I just explained here. It's a process. It's interesting that Rome stands for a non-volatile memory that permanently stores data and instructions that a computer needs to start up and operate. This whole ascent up the central nervous system is like, let there be light. Your computer just was started up in a higher realm, and now your consciousness is being summoned up to the highest heaven, and that's when the computer finally gonna be, processing in heaven. It's kind of like you turning on your damn computer, and it takes your computer a while to come on and load up. But in that whole time, your computer is going to access certain things to give you the experience that you're waiting on. So likewise, our whole journey through these underworlds is like the computer going through its procedures of gathering everything it needs to give you the experience that you experience, and ultimately once it come on. And when the computer comes on with everything, that's like you coming online in the base reality, waking up to your ultimate experience. See, we are our own cosmic point of consciousness, supercomputer, if you will, but you haven't even experienced what you are in totality, like a computer that's just been fired up, and it's just loading up the software. It ain't even fully came on yet. See, when you turn the power on your computer, it's got power, but the program take time to load. Heaven is a program, an experience that take time for the soul to load up. You can look at it that way. And it starts off in darkness, just like a computer. And it's, so, I hope that makes sense to y'all. I'll move on. But then so we're going to shift to something else, right? They've been telling us that Earth got a second moon, right? And we've been hearing a lot about 3-Eye Atlas. Now, they was just telling us that Earth had a second moon, right? And no one's talking about that second moon no more. Everyone talking about 3-eye Atlas now. Now, here's my theories on all this. I think that, number one, my first theory is that their original plan that they wanted to push was a second moon theory. Then somebody said, "Nah, we need to do a comet," but they wanted to do this psychological operation of an aerial attack. And you may be saying, "Why, Sanchez?" I never wanted to give this guy any props or any credit or any light that I'm about to give light to, but I got to. And the reason I gotta do it is because I've been telling y'all about that dude named A.V. Loeb who's covering 3-eye Atlas. And I watched both of Professor Dave videos, and he really ripped this dude apart. Man, he really ripped this dude apart, man. And you know he's an enemy to our movement, but I can't hate on the man. If I see a debate going on, I got to say, well, damn, he won that, you know what I'm saying? But he would definitely lose this flat earth debate. But go and watch both of his videos on A.V. Loeb. He got a part 1 and part 2. And he's got the receipts on how this man is a real fraud. Now, I've been telling y'all A.V. is a fraud, but I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't really been showing you no receipts other than just debunking his nonsense and making you think for yourself, because you can do it that way too. But if you do want like tangible receipts that this dude is a fraud, I can't even begin to like go into them all, because it's like Professor Dave do a lot of personal background, and he go into your fucking community. He be talking to your peers and shit. You know what I'm saying? So he really do like a police style damn investigation. So it ain't just like he's debunking, you know, your science. He coming after your personal character in a way. And let's just say, go watch this joint, man. Go watch both of them, part 1, part 2. This dude is a bigger fraud than I thought. He's a bigger fraud than I thought, man. And that's all I'm gonna say, because I ain't really here to make it a A.V. Loeb video, but I did want to talk about how 3-eye Atlas runs into the 2 moon concept and give some theories, because the whole psyop is, you know, that they're trying to increase the planetary defense budget. Let me tell y'all something. They just cut NASA's budget. You got to understand some real shit real quick, right? Watch this. NASA just had a huge budget cut. I ain't say a big one. I said a huge one. And I mean it. Let's look at the receipts. In May, the White House Office of Management and Budget proposed cutting NASA's overall budget to $18 billion and NASA's science budget to $3 billion. Now, guess what's been happening? All of the astrophysicists and scientists been creating psyops to keep this budget open. A lot of people benefit for this, and the government is involved too. Every so often, there's somebody's job to audit these government departments to see how much money gets spent in certain areas, and is it even worth it? There's been so much scrutiny on NASA thanks to Flat Earth, even though we don't get the credit. And we've been constantly rubbing around how much money NASA make every day. This is just a theory, though. All I'm saying is NASA getting a big budget cut. And it's crazy that around this same time, we're getting 3-eye Atlas, 2 moons out of nowhere. Just because now the budget, think about this now. Back in the day, they was about to cut the terrorist funding and the domestic terrorist funding for America. They was about to do a big cut because nothing happening. Soon as they was debating that, it was a big debate in politics on the news at that time. And when they was debating that, the Oklahoma City bombing happened. The OKC bombing happened. They was just about to cut the domestic terrorist funding because nothing happened. Y'all don't find it crazy that every time certain budgets are about to expire based upon they're obsolete at that point, and that they're being scrutinized so much, it ain't that they're gonna get rid of that department, but it's gonna get a huge budget cut. And we're talking a lot of people lifestyles gonna change. And my whole thing, I think the timing just crazy that every time these cuts happen, it's a scare. Now it's something new to push that wasn't there just overnight now. So there probably, in my theories, I said theories, there probably was a debate. Should we run with the 2 moon psyop or the 3-eye atlas? And somebody probably said, just run them both. They so dumb, just run them both. They'll forget about the one that's the less popular and they'll go with the more popular one. And we see that that's 3-eye atlas. So in a world that's as dumb as ours, you can do like a YouTube thumbnail A/B test on the masses. You can run 2 psyops that even contradict each other. People won't even question it. And they'll choose the most popular psyop that they want to program them, and the public and everybody run with that one. This shit is just like, at this point, it's so easy to program them. It's crazy. So that's a theory because you don't hear them talking about the 2 moons no more. The whole thing about these psyops, we need a reason to keep funding going to the planetary defense cash cow. And guess what keeps that budget open? Fake pictures like this. You can't show me a real picture of Earth with a real picture coming at it. If my whole government program was a multi-billion-dollar program that I made with fucking computer-generated images, and the rest was just psychological operations and belief, the fact that I programmed this into you as a child, then you know how easy it'll be for me to reactivate this department and make it relevant right now. Again, if it's becoming irrelevant, it'll be as easy as pushing a new psyop with that old same dumb belief system. And now you can introduce something new into that imagery and say, oh, here's what we got to worry about now. Because guess what A.V. Loeb doing? A.V. Loeb's whole purpose is to raise enough public scare about tracking objects in our atmosphere that they can not only renegotiate and reopen new contracts and shit with NASA and all these scientists. You know, the government can put more funding into these areas, right? You got to go out and advocate for that. The people got to be able to say, yeah, we want that. We got to study these aliens. There's so much stuff out there. And what A.V. Loeb represent is probably one of the biggest budgets they'll cut in history, because if his psyop work, then I believe not only will they throw more money into this, but they probably break a record with how much they throw into our tax dollars into this, just because of one man made his rounds and raised enough public attention about it. That's why I said we shouldn't play into these psyops, because we're the ones gonna be bitten by it in the end, and it's always some other agenda to it. But the world will never know that because they believe in these computer-generated images. But moving on, check this out. More doomsday talk. The Great Reset could soon be upon us. Massive solar explosions are happening. Look at how everyone is giving you your daily dosage of fear with a big ass smile on their face. Isn't it out of place? I just want you to think about something real quick, right? Isn't it some off? Everyone telling us we're about to die with a big ass smile on their face. Who does that? Just think about it. Everyone's setting up their camera, they putting their best tie on, they putting their makeup on, they getting their fucking toupee right, They wearing their Sunday's best, they putting a big smile on their face, and they're looking at a teleprompter so that they can announce to us, we're all maybe possibly about to die soon and see the apocalypse. Does it make sense? It's out of place. That the fucking is damn near like we're broadcasting you doom and fear for a purpose, and we don't even got to try hard to act like us ourselves is scared because we know how y'all dumb is gonna react. So if I was trying to push this, I would tell everyone, listen, make sure absolutely no smiling, 100% no. We ain't doing that. All right, we got to go out there and push this doomsday shit, and you got to actually fake it right now. You can't be telling them that we all got to die smiling and all that. Come on now. So if I was coaching this shit, I would tell them that. I would say, listen, bro, y'all doing too much smiling, telling children and shit that we probably about to be dead soon. It don't look right, you know? Stop all that damn smiling. You giving us doom now. You giving us fear. But they didn't do that. I guess somebody said, you know what? These people are dumb as hell, man. You can tell them they about to die with a smile and they still gonna get scared and believe you, bro. It don't even matter. I'm telling you, they know that the world is so goddamn dumb. You can give them their daily dosage of doom with a smile as if you ain't gonna die too. Let me tell you and warn y'all about the house we in is burning down. And let me put a big smile on my face too. Hey everyone, we about to die today. Make sure you hit that like button and subscribe to the channel because we may not be here in a couple more years. So I want to make sure you know that you hit the like button. Does this shit make sense? It got PSYOP written all on it. This is not how the world ends, y'all. This is not how the world ends. I've been watching doomsday movies since a boy. And when they announce that shit, the reporter go up there in tears and make an announcement with the president and shit. And they finally telling us all of the doom and gloom, and when it's finally broadcasting, the way that it's presented is laughable. It's unbelievable, literally unbelievable. I don't believe it. I don't believe none of it. But I may be exaggerating when I say the world ending. But this is the way they're trying to present the PSYOP without actually saying those words. They know what they're doing because people going to see this stuff and say, see, these are the signs of the times. They're going to think apocalyptic and all that. And all they're going to be showing is computer programs. Look at this. We got video footage of the damn sun, but they said when 3-eye Atlas passed by the sun, we couldn't get no photos and videos of it because the sun was too bright. Yet we got a video of the sun right now showing us massive solar explosions and them bright as hell, and it ain't blotting out, it ain't messing up the footage. Did that make sense to y'all? So now the same camera that couldn't film 3-eye Atlas can now film a solar explosion in real time. And it ain't too bright for it to film it. They know we so dumb they can tell us double talk. They can contradict themselves. They can come out the next week and show you video footage of the sun after coming out last week telling you we can't film the sun because it's too bright right now. But next week we can say, look at this solar flare we just filmed on the sun. And you telling me the world ain't dumbed down. They can tell you one week When at the most important time in history, when we need to be filming the sun, the equipment ain't working. It was too bright. That's why we couldn't get 3-Eye Atlas. We couldn't get it when it passed Mars Theater. The rovers was off because Trump shut the government down. Convenient excuses for you to not track an object that can potentially wipe out life on Earth. Does that sound fucking real to you? That got PSYOP written all over it. This is not how the world ends. And this is not how people act who think they're gonna die. You're not gonna miss the opportunity to track that shit for nothing. It ain't no excuse you gonna tell me. And if they say, well, we couldn't film it during the month of October because that's the sun brightest month, well, we wanna see a video with just all white on the motherfucker. We wanna see something. Because them cameras ain't never off. You always showing us footage of the sun telling us that the camera's always rolling and they always record. It's cameras recording the sun right now as I talk. These same, all of these cameras got the sun surrounded. But then none of them catch 3-Eye Atlas when it passed. But right after that, now we can pick up solar fucking explosions. Remember, we couldn't get, now, if we couldn't record 3-Eye Atlas because it was too bright, then let me see the bright ass videos. Let me see something. Don't just say that and show us nothing. You see how we going for bullshit? We ain't asking for enough. We should be saying, well, can we still see the videos from that day that it passed? Let us see it. We want to run them back. Let's watch it. They don't even want to watch it, y'all. That ain't science. That's suspicious as hell. They saying we couldn't pick it up by Mars nor the sun. And your excuse for why we couldn't pick it up by the sun because it was too bright? You said the sun was too bright during October, but the sun is more brighter than this. When the sun is having a flare, y'all, it's pulsating. So it's gonna be brighter than October when you got a big solar flare happening. So if you can film a solar flare in real time, then what you telling us about the sun being too bright to where we couldn't film an Atlas in October is straight up bullshit. So then we move on to this, right? And what this is how Apollo 11 made it to the moon and back. But we ain't never been back since. They said we lost the technology, but yet Science Museum can tell us exactly the technology and everything about how we did it. We couldn't rebuild this technology according to NASA because we lost the blueprints and the information and the data that allowed us to assemble the technology that made it to the moon. Won't y'all go look this stuff up? Because when you really learn the bullshit that they tell us, you will see why you shouldn't trust them. But most folks don't even care to know exactly, like, if I say, hey, did you watch that video of NASA's director speaking about why we can't make it back to the moon? The average person that think we went to the moon will say, no, I never watched that video. I watched it over 10 times. So the people that don't believe in the moon, they more interested in learning about the moon missions than the people that does believe in it. Go and think about that and tell me what you can conclude from that. It's that the people who don't study this stuff are the ones believe in it because belief don't require knowledge. It requires just you believing in it. Like I believe in the Tooth Fairy. I believe in Santa Claus. The people that actually do the study and they get the knowledge that moves them beyond belief and they can no longer unsee what they've seen. But the people who believe it ain't even peeked over the other side. They won't even dare consider an alternative. So they're a believer. And now all the believers ask the $1 million question. Why would everybody lie about it? Let's play this video.
The Saturn V lifted the Apollo 11 spacecraft out of Earth's orbit.
Yeah, I've heard that from Christians my whole life. Why would everybody lie about Jesus? Everybody said, all of them people wrote about Jesus walking on water, getting up from. Why would all them people lie about it? That's all believers say that. Knowers, guess what knowers say? I don't care who lied or who didn't lie. It's up to my responsibility as an adult to prove all shit for myself. Right or wrong. You never say, well, why would he lie to me about this car being messed up? I don't need to test drive it. Come on, man, sell me that car. Why would he lie, y'all? So if that mechanic get enough people to say that the car run right, you won't even test drive it. Why? Because why would they all lie? 200 people said that car run right, Sanchez. So why would you test drive it? That's the mentality of not questioning science. Let's play the video.
The Saturn V rocket that lifted the Apollo 11 spacecraft out of Earth's orbit had been reduced to its final stage, the S4B. The Command and Service Module, or CSM, separated from the S4B, turned through 180 degrees and docked with the Lunar Module, or LEM. The now combined CSM and LEM pulled away from the S4B rocket.
So why are we even showing this video? To point out the hypocrisy, y'all. What we're pointing out is that the director at NASA said we lost all of the technology to go back to the moon. I can play the video for you. We're gonna play that for you. That video actually is copywritten because it's directly from NASA. It was part of a series they was doing. Every time I play it, they fucking, get all crazy with the video ads and restrictions and who can see it. But I'll leave a link to it. It's the NASA director. Most of y'all saw it. But he says in that video, basically, we lost all the technology that allowed us to go to the moon. But now, because globalists didn't get the memo and the lie that NASA told, you will have channels like this showing you the technology, which again, me showing the video is to show you the double talk. They can show us how Apollo 11 made it to the moon and back, but we can't take this same technology that succeeded one time and make it succeed a second time, even though when this happened, it was in the goddamn, when was Apollo 11? Let me look it up. Y'all ain't using your head because we had the technology in the 60s to make it to the moon and back successfully. And we can't do it again in 2025, even though we can upload a rat's brain into a goddamn computer. Now, does that make sense to y'all? Does that sound like how technology evolution even fucking work? So let me get this straight. We made it to the moon during the time where Nintendo and Atari weren't even out yet. Listen, let me show you what kind of technology was out in the 60s, y'all. When we left the earth, black and white TV was the shit. Let me hold on, goddammit. Watch this. Let's look at 60s technology. 60s technology. Look at what we looking at, y'all. Look at these. We're looking at 60s technology right here. We made it to the moon with rotary phones. Listen, we made it to the moon when a typewriter was seen as an iPhone. We made it to the moon when aluminum foil was seen as advanced technology. Ziploc plastic bags was seen as advanced technology in the 60s, y'all. TV dinners were seen as a thing of the fucking future. Can you imagine heating up a TV dinner thinking you having a luxurious experience? We talking the 60s, folks. Can you imagine warming up a Hot Pocket thinking that you having a 5-star cuisine? We talking the 60s. We went to moon in the 60s, y'all, when people played music on vinyl records. And now, look at the technology we got today, and we can't go back to the moon and back. You gotta be shitting me, something ain't adding up now. A floppy disk could only hold a couple of things in the 60s. We talked to the people on the moon with a rotary phone. All this technology we got today going to the moon should be like going to California. How your space program de-evolve in science, but everything else move forward. And we putting the most money into the space program. Does that add up? How your space program put a man on the moon when Gallagher was the shit? Your space program put a man on the moon. Hold on, goddammit. You ain't gonna play with me. Let me show you when your people did it, goddammit. Hold on. Y'all don't feel me. Show you when they put him on the moon. They put him on the moon during this time, fam. Listen. The Andy Griffith Show, starring NASA in black and white, grainy ass video footage, walking on the moon, glitching in and out, green screen at its finest in the 60s. Because chroma key is so basic. I'm just saying. We went to the moon in 16-bit. Y'all don't hear me though. I don't even think Sega Genesis had 32-bit yet. We went to the moon 16-bit. We went to the moon ADAT radio. We went to the moon in Harlem Nights. Eddie Murphy. Hold on. Oh shit. Hold on, y'all. Hold up. That was funny. We went to the moon in a goddamn, what was them cars they was driving in Harlem White in a Broham, nigga? Yeah, we went to the moon in a deuce and a quarter. Oh shit, you know they wrapped the moon shuttle in aluminum foil. I shit you not. Because hey man, that's crazy. Let's move on. Shall we?
Tonight, we get a first look at a new documentary on UAPs and what government officials may know about top-secret programs on the subject. It features testimony from 34 high-ranking government officials. My colleague Brett Baer speaks with the director and producer of The Age of Disclosure.
We've had repeated instances of something operating in the airspace over restricted nuclear facilities, and it's not ours.
They have both deactivated and...
Now listen, NASA and all of the science community, this is why I told you to go watch Professor Dave's video. He got the receipts that the people we pay our tax dollars to are saying that there is not we don't have nothing to worry about, ain't no doomsday stuff. I want y'all to listen to me. I'm about to reveal a big psyop, man. Hit the like button. Check this out. I'm gonna show you the hypocrisy. The people we give our tax dollars to is telling us ain't nothing to worry about. There is none of these objects pose a threat to Earth. I went to NASA's website and showed y'all this on NASA's website. Here go the $1 million question. How come the government letting Avi Loeb and all these other astrophysicists get away with going on media and putting out fake news? You ain't think about that? Look here. They censoring everybody for fake news. All of the real, like I said, when you go to NASA website, all of the legitimate agencies that literally get our tax dollars, right? That get our tax dollars to investigate space is saying it ain't nothing to worry about. But why? Now, these are the agencies that's giving certain media outlets the go ahead with their government authority to censor everyone else, because when a platform like YouTube or Google censor a person, they're going by what NASA said. YouTube or Google is basically going to the authorities that speak for that department, and whether it be food, nutrition, or astrophysics, they going to the quote unquote legit government authorities and saying, give us the truth about what's happening. And any content creator that ain't spreading what's legit spread, your shit can be censored. That's how it works. The fact checking is checking your shit up against real government agencies, not what Neil deGrasse Tyson saying. Because as an independent astrophysicist, you ain't obligated by no government agency or nothing to say. And you can speculate, you can theorize still. So it's a very gray line, because what'll happen is, right, you will have scientists and physicists that work for government agencies, but when they go on the news, they don't speak for that agency. They may speak for their own independent agency or as a personal scientist, and they are able to give their theory, and then they can use their theory to push things that the government agency can't do directly. So, for example, NASA can't come out and say, hey, everyone, we're gonna die. I think this shit gonna crash into Earth and it can be aliens. We don't know what it is. NASA, being a legitimate government agency, can't make those kind of big ass fear-mongering claims. But if NASA needed those kind of claims to be made, they can pay independent astrophysicists to go on the news and make a scare about something that's actually contrary to what they saying, and they will let them do it, and they won't fact check it like they do everyone else. Because think about it, who does it benefit for us to keep exploring the atmosphere? NASA. Who getting a budget cut? NASA. Who letting all of these astrophysicists go out there and speak a narrative that's different than what they teaching on their website and not fact check it? NASA. So you ain't gonna hear no legit person at work that's directly taking our tax dollars through these government agencies. They're obligated. They can't do this kind of theorizing and fear-mongering. But they can tell all these physicists and scientists, look, we're gonna cut a lot of y'all budgets, because look, a lot of that tax money that go through agencies like NASA, it don't just go to explore space, it go to pay astrophysicists, it go to pay certain scientists, it go to keep certain schools open. NASA got certain departments in certain universities. You got to understand how it's all interconnected, how the money trickle around. But everyone don't have to speak on behalf of the agency. And this is what I call a government psychological operation, because the psychological operations are pushed through the corporations while the agencies and government sit back and don't do nothing about it, but they'll censor everyone else. So you will have independent space agencies making claims that NASA can't make, and they will be given more media authority because NASA can't directly push a lot of these crazy new age, new world order agendas, because it's more liability dealing directly with the government. But let's say I got buddies, they're scientists, they're astrophysicists, they all get paid through these budget, through these contracts and all that's going to these agencies. So when there's a big budget cut, a lot of people feel it. We talking billions of dollars, y'all. And this ain't all just NASA and rock and space exploration. It's a whole institution of ministers that's out there to push the religion of space. Because remember, it's all fake anyway. So when this department start to get cut, you need people going out creating fear in those areas again. Just like if they're gonna cut domestic terrorism, you may see more domestic bombings. A person may say, will we blow up our own buildings? Yes, the hell we will, for billions of dollars a year to keep coming to people. We ain't talking about no little bitty money. People go to war for money that's smaller than that. That's what y'all forgetting about. It's countries killing and blowing each other up now for pennies. We talking government agencies that's making billions of dollars a year, and you don't think they would desperately go to certain measures to keep that kind of money going in? You don't think they would do even more to double the money? So that's what we're seeing now. We're seeing indirect authorities like different personal astrophysicists and scientists making their media runs promoting the Zionist agenda of Avi Loeb, who is an admitted Zionist, who is anti-Palestine, anti-Hamas, and he's an admitted Zionist in small hat. These are the people that's controlling the narrative. They created a fake narrative in the Bible. Now they're creating fake narratives about space, about objects crashing into Earth. Remember that the Bible ain't nothing but a big doomsday religion. It's making people hand over their fucking power with fear mongering. It's telling them one day God gonna drop rocks out the sky and they hand over their power. And look at what our science telling us. Rocks gonna drop out the sky, so we need to surveil the sky. That's gonna create digital surveillance systems, drone networks to spy on the people, as well as get it's gonna increase their budget, is what I mean. Their yearly budgets to run this stuff, create more jobs in these departments and all that, more money. So, the Vatican used to go around and invade tribes and stuff, and they would scare the people. They would write Bibles specifically for that tribe. If you go and do your history, you'll realize there are different Bibles on the earth, like the Pranati tribe Bible, the this tribe Bible, because the Vatican would make a custom-made version of Christianity for every group of people that it conquered. But it would use the same strategy. If I can convince them to believe in my God, I can deceive them with signs and wonders in the heavens, and I can tell them that's the signs of my God, and if they don't obey me and turn their power over, my God will destroy them. So the technology that the invader had, he can make it rain fire from the sky, because they had the technology to do that, direct energy weapons and all that back in the day. And some of these tribes that had lost that knowledge after the reset, When these people maintained that knowledge, they didn't understand it, but it was the technology of their own ancestors that the enemy hijacked after the reset, and we lost the knowledge of it. And he hid the knowledge of that technology with miracle work and religion, saying that we was raising the dead with magic and voodoo versus science and technology and defibrillators, saying that our ancestors were speaking with the dead. That's because we was using paranormal equipment just like they using today. We invented all this technology. They hid advanced technology behind fairy tales and mysticism. But the basic foundation was false signs in the heavens, making people get scared on earth and turn their power over. That's the basic concept. They know that's blue beam technology in the ancient world. The Bible warned about it. It said that the enemy would do false signs and wonders in the heavens, and he will deceive many. Drop a one if y'all know what I'm talking about if you read your Bible. It say that the enemy will perform many great signs and wonders in the heaven. And because of it, many gonna follow the path to destruction, turn their power over. This is an old tactic. They said, you know what? We got enough firepower to just wipe people out by shooting them down for over time. We'll been and killed them all. But guess what they said? These people don't even know what gunpowder is. They lost the technology, so we can be gods instead of going in there with brute force, shooting everybody up. We can make slaves by showing what this technology do from a distance. So think about an army. They far off somewhere scouting your tribe. They far off, you can't see them, but they using some kind of projectile weapons that can wreak havoc on your land from far away distances, because these people mastered missiles, projectiles. They can make it rain fire from the heaven. So if you read the book of Revelation, it talks about fire raining from the heaven, and we all get scared. But they was telling the same story to the tribes when they was using cannons and projectiles. That's what I'm telling you. So today they changing it to us like God just shooting down fireballs or whatever. But the thing is, people didn't understand this kind of projectile technology out to a certain point. Only a few people did. And if I can shoot from a distance, and all of the tribes is asking me, what's going on? What is this? We never saw nothing like this. They forests burning down and stuff. And I tell them, listen, it's because you won't obey me. That's the power of my God in heaven. He can wipe your whole village down with fire. So you better kneel to me, worship me. The more you worship me and tell your children to worship me, it'll stop the fire from raining from heaven. So go read this. This book's written about this, y'all. The Catholic Church used to go into people's town with missionaries, but they would reap havoc before they go. Not just with fire, but they would poison crops. They would send in diseases and from a distance, though. So, for example, let's say you're a tribe, right? You've been in this jungle living peacefully for so many centuries, and now all of a sudden, a new disease come onto your land that y'all never heard of before, because y'all was able to treat every other disease on that land. You know the land, you know the diseases. But this some new stuff, wiping y'all out. You don't know how to treat it. Then a foreign entity come to your land. The Christians come over and say, listen, we can save you. We have a vaccine. We have some medicine right here. If you take this, it'll heal you. And the people say, can you teach us how to heal ourselves? We can't teach you that. The reason you was diseased because you broke the rules of my God. They can turn it into a religion. So the people that was giving us diseases like smallpox was giving us religions with them. But you don't know how the disease played into you getting a religion. because the people that gave you the disease didn't tell you, we gave you the disease so we can practice biological warfare on you. No, silly. They told you the reason you got that disease is because you do not worship our God, and our God's wrath is upon you. And if you want our God's mercy, you got to worship our God. And once we start worshiping their God, we start getting healed. They give us the cure. And instead of them telling us, listen, this thing that I'm pouring on your wounds is some medicine, it's a cure, guess what they tell you? It's magic water. It's holy water. This holy water will heal your wounds so that you don't know how to heal yourself and you be at the mercy, remember, of their God, which is really you being at the mercy of them, and you don't know that. So now guess what? You're convinced that their God is real. You see a disease on you that you never saw before, and the only people that can heal it are the people that's telling you, hey, this thing is a curse from our God, and this is how you heal from this curse. So a lot of religions were made, they were psychological operations to hide warfare attacks, right, on people who didn't understand the technology that they was being attacked with. So they said it's magic. And it's, you know, you can go and read about all of this. The Vatican done this to many people over time. The one I recommend is the Pleroma tribe. Go read their story. Because the Vatican rewrote the whole Bible for them and basically took the people land, what I just told you, by making it rain fire on them. And the people wanted to stop their land from burning. The Vatican smoked them people out with forest fire. They was creating fire in the land. The people didn't understand how. I understand how because I saw what happened in California. That's called direct energy weapons. Drop a one if you know what I'm talking about. Direct energy weapons can create these wildfires randomly, and they can be very violent, unpredictable. They did this to the Pleroma tribe, and the Pleroma tribe couldn't understand how the jungle that they was living in for all these years all of a sudden had record-breaking wildfires. And when that happened, all of a sudden Christian ambassadors show up saying we can stop it. Ever since then, the Pleroma tribe became Christians. Y'all better go read that story, man. It'll show you what they doing right now with these psyops. They didn't change this tactic. They still lying about shit in the sky. And when we get scared about it, we turn our power over, man. It's called false signs and wonders in the heaven. The Pharisees and Sadducees used to do it back in the day. And they would tell people about all these lies about what they see in the sky and rule the people with it, because there's always been an entity on this earth projecting false signs and wonders in the sky that's outside of the natural zodiac predictable stuff that the Mayan was predicting. Basically, anything that's happening in the sky that the ancestors weren't making predictions about, that's what the ancestors telling you. That ain't part of the natural celestial sky. That's somebody playing God over the real system, projecting false shit up there. Yeah, this was warned about. So when we talk about when we move forward, it's going to be hard to determine what's real and fake. That's true with the stars and the heavens too. Stuff you see, you can't believe everything you see in the sky. It's scientists out here that got their own patented cloud patterns that they're literally designing with cloud machines. People don't research this stuff. Cloud seeding technology. That is a science. They don't hide it. You can look it up. People don't want to look it up. Now you can actually go on my channel and look up a lot of those videos too, but you can feel free to do your research. I'll be revisiting a lot of this stuff, geoengineering. But you don't know what's a real cloud or a fake one formation. You don't. They got fake animals in nature. They got fishes in the ocean that's robots swimming with real fishes. And the real fishes think that the fish just one of them. Drop a one if you know about that. These people got animals out there in the jungle that's part of real animal packs, but it's a fake ass animal. You can go and watch this stuff, bro, with cameras on them and all that, and the pack won't even know. So if they doing that with animals, you don't think they got fake ass humans walking among us looking real? I'm just saying, people don't want to go that route. Y'all too naive, I'm just saying. That's a theory. And if the animals can't tell a difference, would you be able to tell a difference? If they wanted you to be deceived and not know? Because the question is, can they do it? If the answer is yes, then you know they already did it. You really trust them? So it ain't a far-fetched idea, theory is what I'm saying. Back to the video, I'm talking too much.
Activated nuclear weapons with both the United States and Russia.
And what government officials may know about top-secret programs on the subject. It features testimony from 34 high-ranking government officials. My colleague Brett Baer speaks with the director and producer of The Age of Disclosure.
So check it out, people. We got to stop right there and break that down. Shout out to Willie Lumpkin first. He says, all to keep the light within, bounded by fear as we are the light, using mental weapons that's beyond sight. Man, beautiful, William. Appreciate it. Shout out to Mark 3582. Please don't let up. Keep your foot on their neck. I got you, Mark. I got you. Shout out to Galactic Virgo as well. How can you experience something if you remember it, is what William's saying. I don't understand that question, William, but just for you, I'm going to open up the call line and I'm going to let you come up at the end and whoever else with questions you want to ask, because sometimes I don't understand them the way that y'all type. But when I hear you in person, then boom, we can do it that way. So don't worry, because y'all are supporting the show. I'll keep the Q&A open. And we can open up the calls line for a minute. So don't worry if I don't answer your question, because I don't understand it, William. If you don't want to come up, you can just at me in the chat room and I'll read it without the super chat. But thank you, though. Let's break this down. Let's break this down, because y'all, it went over your head. This brother's company, or his book, or no, the documentary on government and extraterrestrial life, guess what they named it? The Age of Disclosure is what they named it. Now, guess what? The only people that can disclose information are government agencies, y'all, because they the only ones that can make information secret, top secret, to where you need a quote-unquote government clearance. I'm going to repeat this again, because I had a secret clearance in the Air Force. I guarded ammunitions depots that was in places that was, you know, strategic places that required for me to have a clearance. But check this out, right? I can never talk into detail about locations or none of that. One then probably happened, but I wouldn't even play with it, because you take an oath. And I'm telling you that from a military perspective, ain't no such thing as a whistleblower. Any whistleblower will be in fucking jail. The government don't fucking play about that. What's the point of taking an oath, man? I keep telling you, people look at the news, it's freaking fairy tale. Now watch this. The people that's pushing this alien agenda, they promoting a new documentary, and I bet you Avi Loeb gonna be in it, I'm guessing. But it's called The Age of Disclosure. Y'all are acting as private individual physicists and scientists, disclosing government information, but you ain't acting as government agencies and people who really connected with an agency. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson don't come from a government agency. A.V. Loeb he's not obligated with an agency. He didn't take no oath. So how come the agencies that's creating the censorship on the masses ain't censoring these puppets that's in the media? Because they all in on it together. They all in on it together. Now they naming this documentary The Age of Disclosure, and see, when people see that, they really gonna think that the movie is the government disclosing information. You ain't gonna be able to tell people nothing because they gonna fall for the psychological operation. They think, man, we just learned some top secret super duper duper shit. And I'm a dude that I literally had a government clearance, and I'm telling these silly people, you ain't getting exposed to nothing but a propaganda and an agenda. I know well, I was in the military. The military uses a lot of propaganda, psychological operations on the soldiers. And people don't see that you live on a big ass military base called America. They treating all of y'all like soldiers, and guess what they about to give you now? A digital ID, which is a base badge. See, if you come from a military background like me, you can see what these folks are doing, which is why a lot of veterans is raising up. A lot of veterans is anti-establishment. A lot of veterans was failed by the government. They put their life on the line, and they ain't, and when shit there for them, because they cutting back on a lot of programs for them. But watch this. Anybody been in the military can see they treating America like a military base. They building a wall around it. You're gonna need an ID. And what's gonna come with that ID is a curfew system, just like a military base. And the curfew don't apply to everybody because certain ranks can be out whenever the fuck they want. You talking about the big brother system. And on a military base, they got a biological identification system. That's what the digital ID is. It got your fingerprint, your blood type, everything about you on that card when you scan it to get in and off the base. Shout out to William Lumpkin. But like I said, coming from an Air Force background with a secret clearance. Not no top secret, just secret, right? But what I'll tell you is this, ain't no whistleblowers. I remember when I first got out the military, because before I was in the military, I wasn't really into the politics. I wasn't this deep consciously woke like I am. So I never really thought about the idea of a whistleblower until I got out of the military, after had been having a secret clearance. I had accesses to parts of the base other people didn't have, like my, on my ID for my job, I can access parts of the base, you know what I'm saying? So I get what it means to have disclosed information and to have secret clearances. And then you get out the military and you watch the news, right? And the news reporters say, well, we got a whistleblower in, and he wrote the book on such and such, and he wrote the book on this. And I'm like, wait a minute, that ain't a whistleblower. Because a whistleblower is a person that was in the military. Listen, you ain't no whistleblower if I can't look at your resume and see that you was in the military and you had some kind of secret clearance and oath. You ain't no whistleblower. And if you do show us all that, then you controlled opposition if the government don't come lock your ass up. Because everybody that blow the whistle When the government hear that whistle going off, they gonna come to the location where it's blown at, and they gonna stop you from blowing the whistle and lock you up. But guess what? It ain't gonna matter, because we gonna been heard the message by then, and the message will be out. Guess what don't happen to a whistleblower? They don't get the red carpet rolled out for them everywhere they go and get invited all around the fucking world. Because the moment the word out that they blowing the whistle, the Secret Service is on their ass. You think the government playing about that oath that you took? I'm telling y'all, this is bullshit. You're being lied to. Now the question is, why the fuck are the government agencies promoting the fake whistleblowers, letting them put out the fake ass news while censoring everybody else? Because when you got a narrative you want to push for control, you got to get everybody attention and have a monopoly on attention, and can't let no one else make any alternative narratives but quote unquote science. And anything outside of that is science denial. This is a fucking religion, y'all, and an attack on free thought and free speech.
We've had repeated instances of something operating in the airspace over restricted nuclear facilities, and it's not ours.
They have both deactivated and activated nuclear weapons with both the United States and Russia.
These are otherworldly things that are performing maneuvers that haven't been seen.
The U.S.
So let me explain something to you. Like I just said, if you are a government official and you working with a government department, or if you are an ex-military member and a veteran, you are still under oath. Don't you know your oath don't stop just because you retired? You didn't know that? This shit for life. You in the mob, nigga. Man, when you get in the military, you joining the mob, nigga. You taking that oath. Listen, you taking that oath with you to the grave. Or something can happen to you. They tell you that. They said breaking this oath can be punishable by death. Anybody ever took the oath in any department, they threaten you with something. And in the military, they threaten you with death. In the medical field, I think they threaten you with just losing your license and their oath. But treason in the military, you can get death for that. Talking, telling our secrets and shit. Like, how the fuck, right, you gonna be working for the government? You took the oath. You got a top secret clearance, and you're on the news saying, and the government don't want you to know this, but I work for the Pentagon and I'm telling you some top secret cover-up stuff. That's treason. You can't have a government official go on the news and break the oath in front of everyone. This showing you that the news is pushing fucking psyops, y'all. This is not how this work, y'all.
UAP activity surrounding nuclear weapons is not a historic issue. It's an ongoing issue.
Well, joining us now to talk about his new film, The Age of Disclosure, is director and producer Dan Farah.
So in order for them to get away with this shit, they gotta act like it's some kind of revolution going on, and people in the government are raising up because we're now in the age of disclosure, and people don't mind losing their jobs, and people don't mind speaking up because the government hiding stuff. And so government officials are now speaking up and telling secrets that they swore to an oath not to tell. And they interviewing the government officials now on the news to leak this information because we're in the age of disclosure. So now government officials can practice treason and get promoted around Fox, CNN, and ain't nothing gonna happen to them. The Secret Service ain't gonna do nothing. And it makes you wonder what the hell is going on in America, bro. It's like you're in a time of such big psyops, bro. It don't even make sense.
He says the documentary reveals an 80-year cover-up of non-human intelligent life and a secret war among major nations to reverse engineer advanced technology of non-human origin. The film will be released in select theaters in New York, Washington, and Los Angeles on November 21st. Also available worldwide to purchase and rent on Prime Video. Dan, thanks for being here. You've been working on this for more than 3 years, and you say this is...
So let me tell y'all something. Guess what they saying? Okay, Sanchez, we get what you saying, but this is the age of transparency. There's a civil war going on in government, Sanchez. So it makes sense that the government would be more transparent now. We're in the Epstein age, right? And people holding back files. So you see the operation, right? So we're now in the transparency. The government want to be transparent with the public now. And I smell psyop like a motherfucker.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Everybody want to be transparent now. But see, this is what you got to think about. The same people that's telling you we want to be more open and transparent, and we are in the age of disclosure. We want to tell you everything that's in your sky. They don't even want to tell you everything that's in your food.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
That part. They want to tell you everything that's in your sky. But they don't want to tell you every single ingredient in the chemtrail. Listen to me. They want to tell you everything that's in your sky all of a sudden. But they don't got to tell you everything that's in your food in the grocery store. Y'all want to be open, right? But yet you got corporations that still got us eating products and we don't know what's in it because they don't got to tell us because the law that our transparent government passed. You want to tell me everything, disclose everything, right? But you couldn't even tell me what was in that jab that you issued out, Operation Warp Speed, nigga.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Everything else is secret ingredients like a goddamn barbecue sauce. We can't tell you what's in it. But when it come to space and the sky, they want to control the narrative. They want to, this the age of disclosure. We want to leak all of everything we know. We've been holding it back from you. But you don't want to tell us about shit else. Let's go, man. Hit the like button. I told y'all we ain't come to play, man.
Sanchez.
Let's go, man.
This is going to be a groundbreaking documentary.
Yeah. I interviewed 34 extremely high-level military, government intelligence officials who all have direct knowledge of this issue. Much of what they know is classified, but in this film, they break their silence on what they can lawfully disclose.
I mean, there's a lot of skepticism, as you know. There's a lot of stigmatism about this issue. But as you're talking to all of these people and you're building these blocks for this movie, you get to the point where it's not a matter of if it's happening or if it's real?
Yeah, so every single person I interviewed made it very clear that it was no longer a question.
They trying to get us over the hump, y'all. Now, we can't prove aliens. They've been pushing this for the longest, right? If you think we're alone, you gotta be arrogant. If you think we the only life in the universe, you gotta be egotistical. No, you gotta be scientific, nigga. Y'all pushing a religion, believing in other deities that ain't there is like people believing in fairy gods or deities and making a belief system out of it. A person just saying, if we can't prove the existence of any other intelligent life but humans, let's not make it a belief system by saying at this point it's stupid to think it ain't true or to believe that it ain't true, because science ain't a matter of what I think or a belief system. It's did we prove aliens yet? No, so let's not fucking see. They got to get us over the hump because Science would never be able to prove any other life but intelligent life but humans. But if you need there to be a narrative push, which the planetary defense program does need this narrative, the planetary defense programs, guess what they need in the future? They need to secure their budgets. And they got to evolve forward from just studying fucking rocks. The planetary defense budget don't make no sense anymore with just studying random rocks that's never gonna crash into Earth, and they even teach that. They teach that a chances of a comet crashing into Earth is so rare it ain't even in the stress about. But yet they've been keeping a planetary defense budget going on to protect us from something that they said is like a 1 in a million chance happening. Ain't that crazy? If you thought that, why even invest that much into this defense program? Because it's a cash cow. And you can't reinvent this cash cow in the future studying rocks. That's old news shit. We enter in the age of UAP, UFO, because you need a new way to justify a planetary defense program in the futuristic age. And just studying rocks that's out there that ain't gonna crash into Earth. People tired of you making billions of dollars, and we ain't under no stress. It ain't nothing gonna happen. So now that NASA getting a budget cut, the planetary defense program getting a budget cut, look at what we get. 3-eye atlas, 2 moons. You finding everything now that they taking that money. Now watch this, y'all. Let me tell you something, right? Imagine this. Imagine a space program that we pay billions and billions of dollars a year to find shit, and they don't really find nothing for real. And the moment we take some money away from them, they start finding every goddamn thing. Ain't that some shit? I want you to think about this for a minute. Imagine Sherlock Holmes. Imagine an investigator. We paying him top-notch dollars. He ain't solving no crimes. He ain't finding no killers. All the killers getting away. The moment we cut his budget, he go to finding all the goddamn killers. How you getting better with less money, sir? Oh, okay, I see. I see you need the budget. Oh, now you finding all kind of shit we need to be scared of. People, y'all better wake up. Let's play the video.
Sanchez cocinando.
Question of whether this was a real situation. It's a very real situation.
Humanity is not the only intelligence in the universe.
Humanity is not the only intelligent species.
We are absolutely not alone. Non-human intelligence exists.
UAPs are real, they're here, and they're not human.
The questions now are, who's controlling these UAP? Where do they come from? And what is their intention?
This sounds, it's hard for everybody to digest.
So you hear that, right? The question now is, who's controlling them? Now, if you look up what these things is, it's the blue beam technology we've been warning y'all about. Everything else, the other ones that they talking about, the interstellar one, is 3-eye atlas. They're trying to create UAPs in interstellar space as well as the lower atmosphere. But it's all the extension of the blue beam technology, because the aerial phenomena that we're seeing in the sky, this is government psyop, it's holograms, it's also fake footage, because if it's happening in the area where ain't nobody seeing, verifying it, you can just play a video in that part of the sky. If your video is just a pure blue sky with an object in it, no one is asking, where is that UAP at? They just saying, oh, they disclosing UAPs. Who was outside to see that? Did no one else upload that on YouTube? See, most of the aerial phenomena is only them breaking it through the news. But that's kind of weird because most area phenomena, when shit happen in the sky, there's always a group and a crowd of people that's gonna have other witnesses besides the news and the government and these so-called officials and whistleblowers. So we should have a YouTube video upload to correspond with every sighting that we see on the news. There ought to be people saying, yeah, I was out there when that happened. Here go the shit on my phone. The same video that the news got up there, Sanchez, here go the thing right here because I live in that city and I was out there when it happened. You ain't gonna get that. You ain't gonna get no corresponding stories, which you should have, and when you don't have them, that is a big flag that you dealing with a psyop. Let's go.
And an 80-year cover-up with a country that keeps it deep and dark, and it hasn't gotten out. That's the tough part for people to buy into.
I'm gonna give you something else if you still think it's a game that don't make no sense about all this. Don't y'all find it crazy that the moment the government start leaking information about UFOs and UAPs, that's when we start seeing them now? That don't make no sense, right? Now, UFOs and UAPs, apparently they said that they've been around since the 40s, right? But the moment we enter the so-called age of disclosure, now they everywhere. They all in the sky. Now, what's the chances of the moment I start talking about something, we start seeing it too? And don't give me the white car psychology. Well, Sanchez, you know that if you never talk about or think about a white car, that if we having a conversation about a white Suburban, you may start seeing a white Suburban now, Sanchez, just that you didn't pay attention to. That ain't gonna apply, right? I'm just saying, it's weird that the moment you talk these aliens up, them aliens was chilling. And the moment y'all start reminding us that we got an alien problem, that's when there's so many of them in the sky. And no one else see them but y'all.
Yeah, so a number of the officials in my film make it clear that a long time ago, this topic was moved away from congressional oversight and even away from the oversight of the President of the United States. And there are certain elements within our government and within defense contractors that have really been gatekeeping the knowledge about this topic.
And there are people in this film who are respected.
Now, here's the thing. They call it gatekeeping, but then he turns around and say, our government knows about UFOs and UAPs, but they don't want to tell nobody because all of the other governments in the world are all in on it, right? Because they all are studying the aliens to reverse engineer the technology like a space race. Now, let me point out another hypocrisy, because I told you I'm going to go in tonight. Here go another hypocrisy. When we tell these people that the earth is flat and that all of the space agencies are working together and it don't take that much, the UN doing it anyway, they say, how can all of them work together with the same lie? You hear me? When you talk about flat earth, everyone say, look how many people got to be in on that lie. That's stupid. You know how many space programs got to be working together for that lie to be true? Come on, you think they all working together for the lie about the shape of the earth? But yet, you telling us all of these governments working together to keep a secret about aliens. They saying all of the governments can work together to hide ET. But they can't work together to hide the fact that the earth flat. Now watch this. When they say that all of the governments working together to hide the aliens so they can reverse engineer the technology, let me show you some real shit. Wait for it a minute. Just wait for it. I'm about to blow you away. When they say all of the governments working together to hide aliens because they don't want us to know that they reverse engineering alien technology and all of the governments in on it. Let me share something with you, right? Check this out. All of the governments are hiding the fact that the earth is flat because they're reverse engineering what the earth is. Reverse engineering what the earth is the secrets to free energy. Don't you know that whoever cracked the code of free energy is gonna rule the future? Let me say this a fucking again because Nikola Tesla knew that. Why did Nikola Tesla know it? Because he was a flat earther too. The Egyptians knew it. Here go an ancient conception of earth right here. Let's pull it up. Look at this. Look at this. The earth is the earth is an ancient machine. And the reason they don't want us to know the shape of the earth and what the earth is because the earth is a perpetual energy device. It's been generating energy forever. And they don't even think there's a beginning or end to the earth. But let me show you something right now. The way that the sun and moon go around the North Pole is the secrets of a Tesla coil. But let me show y'all something real quick. Hold on a second, man. Every time I need some specific, hold on. Okay, I'll go to my Facebook then and find this for y'all to cut some time in half real quick with the searching, because I posted this on my wall not too long ago. Let me see. Here it go right here. So check it out, people. This is the ancient flat earth model, the one in the middle. And on the side of that, I got a mushroom cloud, an explosion, the unk, and a tree to show you that energy expands outward from an epicenter, and it only creates one pattern for the Big Bang, all life. This is the whole golden ratio. This is based on a golden ratio and the 360. That's why the zodiac wheel is 360 degrees and not 365. The golden ratio is based on 360. You can't be a globe earther talking about the golden ratio, believing in a 365-day year when our ancestors had a 360-day year based upon the sun moving 1 degree, right, per day through the celestial cycle, through the complete macro. So watch this, right? And the circle is 360 degrees. The sun making a perfect circle. It ain't making an irregular one. That's why the zodiac wheel matches the path of the sun, and it's a perfect circle. It wasn't no leap year because wasn't no left over. It all divided perfectly. 360 times 12, right? That'll give you, let me pull out my calculator right now, just for convenience. So yeah, 30 days each for 12 months. I know that. 30 times 12, 360, because they had 12 months, 30 days each. It would have been a 6-day week, 6-day weeks, not no 7-day week. So everything was divisible by 360. It would have been basically 6-day weeks with 60 weeks in a year. So 60 weeks in a year, 6 days a week, 12 months, right? All of this is divine math based on a zodiac wheel. It can't work on a globe model because let me show you something real quick. On the flat earth model, we got 24 time zones, right? The zodiac wheel is above us. It's perfectly synced with the ground below, which is why we say as above, so below. Now watch this. is 24 time zones. That's 24 triangles that you see. And see, the wheel is split right in the middle of the 24. That's why you get night and day. Because at any given time, the sun gonna be on either side of that 180-degree line. Or on a globe, they would call it the equator and the prime meridian. But that don't work on a globe. You see what I'm saying? Because of the 360 way that the sky is built. Everything is operating under the science of 360, not 365. So we got 24 hours in a day. The sun spends 1 hour in each pie slice. And when it gets to the opposing area opposed to you, it's AM, PM. Why you think we got 12 hours AM, 12 hours PM, 24? That divides by basically, no, what I'm trying to say is that each of these pie slices is 15 degrees. That's what I'm trying to say. So the angle of it is a 15-degree angle. And if it's 24 pie slices, right? What's 15 times 24, y'all? 360. 360. The sun is spending 1 hour in every 15-degree time zone. It's doing a 360 every day. But on a cosmic level, the sky above it, the celestial wheel, is doing a full loop every year. That's the long count. So the sun get to the first, where the sun starts at on a celestial wheel, it ends up back at that spot at the end of the year because it's done a whole 360-degree cycle. So the sun is giving us a 24-hour day every day. It's going around just like we see on this with the AE map. But the sky above it is turning. The the wandering stars. And the zodiac, the zodiac wheel is, how can I say it? You know what I'm saying? Basically, the long count is that the sun gonna be back in its same position in perspective to the cosmic wheel in 360 days, based upon what the sky doing above. It's turning slower. I'll break that down. I ain't gonna go too deep in here now, but I'm just want to show you how it's all based on 360 though. You know what I'm saying? You got 12 zodiacs, and all 12 of them zodiac, let me show you the zodiac wheel. They occupy two time zones. That gives you 24 time zones. So each of the 12 zodiacs that we see here, when you put this over an AE map, each one of these zodiac triangles will swallow up 2 of these little triangles, giving you 12 zodiac above 24 time zones. And if you go outside right now and walk and travel around the world, you will see each perspective zodiac above each respected continent or land in each time zone. That's the way the sky matches the coordinate points on the ground and even how we navigate. So all of the numbers coming from 0 degrees in the middle of the grid point coordinate system is the Big Bang that I'm showing right here. Ma'at is math. She's another personification of this Big Bang. All numbers being born from 0. Boom. What they call in the Big Bang is energy from a higher realm falling into a lower realm, expressing itself, because energy can't be created or destroyed. So the beginning of this realm don't represent the beginning of existence, period. It just represents the beginning of another parallel reality. And scientists are just now starting to teach that. They now adopting that. They've been doing it for the past couple of years, saying, what if our Big Bang is another Big Bang of many other Big Bangs? And parallel, now they're getting into this when we been into this shit, and it don't even match their model. They just trying to follow the awakening because they know they're going to get left behind with outdated information that people done thought their way out of. But this shit is not applicable to their model, for real. So people was making Giza alignments all around the world because every so often the great wheel makes a complete loop. And that means that your form of Giza in your land is gonna be aligned with Orion at a certain time. The Earth is a big clock, man, and they knew that back in the day. This is why we got stuff like what I'm about to show you now. It don't apply to the globe. This flat Earth stuff right here. The people who built the pyramids were flat earthers, right? What we say today, and our scientists will even admit it. Our scientists will say, we can't tell you how they built the pyramids. Not only was the way that they built physically is something they saying we can't duplicate, but that's because they had advanced technology that they don't want y'all to know about. Remember that. But they also say we can't rebuild the pyramids because we don't know how to make these intricate alignments that the ancestors made. A lot of their stuff was built with to stuff in the heavens, coordinating with stuff in the sky. As above, so below, let thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. A lot of the ancient architecture was spiritually built into their cosmic knowledge or whatever. So they didn't just build something anywhere like we do today. Before they did a project, they considered what they wanted to align it with in the heaven, because that space is going to harness certain energy in that space, in that acoustic space that they built. They wanted to tune the vibration of that building to certain celestial frequencies. So no matter what building we walked in, we would get certain downloads, but that's a whole nother topic right there that people ain't ready for, but that'll be coming in the future. But and in that topic, I'll deal with star forts as well in detail. Be on the lookout. So you can have these kind of alignments all around the world where everybody waiting for their turn for Orion to get over their Giza. Because everyone mimicked Orion. They wanted to verify that the sky was indeed turning. This is all our people learning that the earth is flat. And them having a United Nations all around the world, a big program to prove their cosmology. Everybody was working together. They was using this shit like a big experiment. They was like, listen, you build your shit to align with Orion. We gonna do ours too. This is gonna prove that the sky is doing a perfect 360 if over time Orion perfectly aligns over yours, mine, and his too, because we know there's only one Orion. That will prove to our ancestors the sky is indeed doing a perfect 360 wheel, and that the ground is stable, flat, and it ain't moving. Just like a watch face. The numbers on the clock ain't moving. The face of the clock ain't moving, but the hands above it is. That's the stars, the moon, the sun. So the sun is the hour hand, the moon is the minute hand, and the sun was called Horus, which is where we get the word hours when you rearrange Horus. And the moon is men, moon, men. There was a god called Men. He was a moon goddess. And that's why you get the root word minute for minute. So the moon controlled the minutes. The sun controlled the hours. The earth is a perfected time clock, a beautiful, better than anything that the Swiss could ever make. It's perfect. The math is perfect. And you can't have perfect math from the kind of science they give us from a random Big Bang. The ancestors taught that we was in an ancient machine and that it's perfectly designed and built. And when you're dealing with something that's perfectly designed and built, you get perfect numbers and perfect angles like 90 degrees, 15 degrees. You get divisible numbers with no remainders like 360, like what I was just showing you. The only reason a person may say, why would they hide this? Why would they create leap year, 365 day years and all that to hide this, Sanchez? What would be the point? Because the Greeks wanted to lie to the world like the world we in ain't beautifully and perfectly and intelligently designed. Our science spits at the idea of intelligent design. But we found out that the earth we're in is literally intelligent design, and it's definitely something technological. We found that out in the 40s. And what did they see? They've been promoting this for a long time. They've been perpetuating the lies of Galileo, Isaac Newton. All of them was Freemasons. What if you was learning science today from Freemasons? That would seem crazy, right? You would be like, man, where the science teachers at? Well, what I'm telling y'all is everything that today's scientists teach literally come from popular Freemasons at certain times, not even the real scientists of that time, but Freemasons cosplaying as scientists, just like Makai Kaku, Neil Tyson, and all these guys, A.V. Loeb, and all these other Zionists. Remember that the Masonic square and compass is a 6-pointed star for Zionism. That's how they interpret it. And they promote the Zionist agenda, which is the world, we're nothing. There's nothing significant about Earth and life. We're just on a rock that randomly happened to just be because it was an explosion that we can't fully explain, but we the only life here. We wasn't created. There's nothing intelligent about the world around us. It's just come from a primordial soup that evolved from single-cell organisms. Now, you think you can get a rib cage, intestinal system, a nervous system from evolution and a random mishap? You know we've been dumbed down. Everything around us is intricately and intelligently thought out by something greater, bro. We can't deny that the world we in is intelligently designed, but this is what physics got to do every day so that they can have a reason for them to be God. So that they can be the authority. So a person may say, well, why would they lie about something as simple as 360 versus the 365? Because changing it to 365 now, can't nobody say, well, it's all perfect. That's why they got rid of the flat earth. But the natal chart, the zodiac wheel, none of that don't work on the 365 leap year globe earth model. It's all dealing from a geocentric 360 degree flat earth perspective. Because it's based on what the sky really doing, not the lie they telling you to believe in. And the world around you don't care about the lie that they telling, no matter how many people believe it. The sky's still doing what the zodiac doing and not what they said should be doing. This don't fit to their model because it requires 360 days in a year. It requires the sky to make a perfect 360 degree circle. And because their model don't fit what the sky doing, they gotta account for the mistake with leap year. Our ancestors didn't have no damn leap year because they knew that everything was beautiful, divisible math. This shit is like a watch. We're inside of an intelligent design watch, nigga, like a Rolex. And when you know that, you can start creating coordinate systems on the ground based upon the constellations in the sky and start making sky maps and ground maps like the ancestors did. We ain't changed none of them systems. We still use them today for navigation and all that. The only thing that can change is that you believe you on a globe, despite all of what the technology, the instruments, and what the sky's showing us we own. You ignore all that and listen to what they telling you and say, but why would they lie? Why would they lie? NASA in Hebrew means deceive, by the way. Some you might want to know. Why would they lie, huh? Because if this is what y'all said, why would they lie about aliens? Because they want to reverse engineer alien technology, right? Ain't no technology alien, bro. All of the technology is ancient technology that they're reverse engineering from the old world. They lied to you about the ancients not having technology, and now they got to say, we don't know how they built the pyramids. People with no technology built huge ass pyramids and aligned them with stars, and we can't even do it today with all our technology. But you saying they was dumb and didn't have technology, and when you do that, now you got to say, well, we will never find out how the pyramids was built. Like you can't see that that stone is a perfect 90-degree angle. It had to be cut by something. But now they'll tell you maybe they built it with telepathy. Maybe aliens built it. So aliens built the pyramids and carved humans on them. Why the aliens wouldn't carve themselves on the shit they built? Why the aliens coming to Earth building pyramids and leaving and ain't coming back? They just came to play Jenga block and shit and they left. They came to build a pyramid, put humans on it, and go back to their planet. See, science will give y'all anything. And everything they give you, they'll allow you to entertain it. But when I give you the truth like this, it gets censored. It get demoted in the algorithm. But ancient aliens, Anunnaki, all that can go viral. And you think that's science, that's mysticism, that's giving people mysteries because you hid the truth. And it ain't that you trying to solve no mystery, you trying to hide the truth. And the mystery exists because you hid the truth. When you say that the ancestors didn't have technology, it's a mystery now how everything was built. How you carving stone with no electricity? We gotta go and tell the truth. The ancestors had some very advanced technology. But when you say that, they laugh, and guess what they say? Ancient aliens came here with the technology. Again, aliens showed up to make monuments that humans always like to make. It's been a tradition for humans to make pyramids, bro. Why would aliens come to the earth doing our tradition and carving our face on it? But science promote that more than the idea that, hey, the ancients just had technology. They can't let you know that technology existed in the ancient world because it'll break the whole system. It'll make everything have to be rewritten. When you tell them they wasn't raising the dead with magic, they was raising the dead with clear defibrillators, just like we doing it. All of the gods that was raising the dead, their symbol was a lightning bolt. Don't you know when we bring people back to life, we shock them with electricity? People rather believe in fairy tales than the simplest answer the ancestors had is everything we had. We lost the knowledge on Earth, and all this technology came back. There was a reset. There was a reset on this earth. And you want me to tell you how I can prove it? In the 1600s, we was building wooden slave shacks and broke down raggedy houses. In the Wild Wild West, they had wooden towns with wooden buildings on steps. It was shabby little wooden towns that we was building in the 1600s. And guess what was in the background of those shabby little wooden towns? Big ass stone pyramids. And you telling me something didn't happen on this earth Well, we lost all the knowledge. Something happened on this earth, man. It was some kind of reset. And after that reset, humans was building dirt roads and shit and throwing our shit in the road. That was just in the 1600s. We had dirt roads with horses in the Wild West, and we was dumping our waste in the roads. It was horrible if you was living in the 1600s in America. And in the background was stone empires that ancient people had, skyscraper downtown cities. They got y'all thinking we evolving. We're just finding our way back to the ancient greatness. We're reverse engineering the ancient utopia technological empire that was lost out the reset. And the people that came out of that reset with the knowledge of the world before that is reverse engineering all the technology from that world. They ain't getting this knowledge from aliens. They want to push the alien shit so that they don't let you know that, guess what? All the technology they building is them stealing ancestral patents that those people wanted passed down to their next generations. What if you found out that all the technology that made people rule the world was technology invented by your ancient ancestors, and they inherited under the false pretenses? They inherited the patents to that technology through thievery and colonization. They didn't get it from the ancestors the right way. And now they rule everybody with it. They hiding a lot, y'all. And it ties into what we were, who we were, and how much they owe us based upon what happened on this earth, the real history they're hiding. The earth is a huge Tesla coil. Guess who gonna rule the future? The people that can create free energy. Let me say this again. The earth is a huge Tesla coil, and Tesla knew that. All of the stars revolve around the North Pole, just like energy recycling around a Tesla coil. This is the solar system. This thing got the power itself, and it's based upon a technological concept that has been reverse engineered throughout time. Whoever is able to tap into free energy in the future are going to be the nations that rule the future and the world as we move forward. It's all about sustainable energy systems. The new space war, the new space race is about energy crisis. Go look, turn your TV on, listen what they're talking about in the tech world. While they're trying to reverse engineer the flat earth, they're promoting extraterrestrial and space and got you looking everywhere but under your feet and what your ancestors were saying while they promoting agendas that's taking away more of your rights. Come on, man. Look at these images and look at the gold treading wrapped around Maru in the Hindu cosmology. The ancestors was telling us that the earth is a huge Tesla coil. Now they said they said all of the governments of the world working together to hide alien technology that they reverse engineering. Well, y'all can't prove that, but I can prove mine. Watch this right here. Watch this. I can literally prove mine. When I say that they know the earth flat and they recreating the flat earth to machines so that they can make perpetual, it's about energy, nigga. It ain't about no goddamn aliens and other stuff. It's about power, energy, buddy, electricity. That's what's gonna rule the world. Look at this right here. They telling you they using this so we can study space and revisit the Big Bang. When they literally recreating what this is, what they're calling CERN right here. This is another modern form of us perfecting the Tesla coil. We ain't reinventing nothing, man. We're just perfecting everything. The phone's getting better. The video games getting better or more technological. And the energy systems are getting better. But they ain't gonna tell you the secrets of energy because that goes into flat earth and all that. So whenever they create technology to bring us to this futuristic world of free energy, because they're gonna need a new energy systems to power all these damn AI data centers. Let me tell y'all something, bro. One AI data center uses damn near the amount of energy that the entire city of Memphis uses if it's on the scale of the one Elon got. Now, when I did my research on Elon Musk's AI data center, they said that the city of Memphis got a contract with Elon, which is why the mayor don't care if them people get sick, because Elon giving him some of that budget money. Now watch this. The city of Memphis got to generate damn near 10 times more energy by like 2050 for Elon to expand his data center vision down there. They already producing more energy than the city ever have done now with the arrival of these data centers. But when a city introduces this amount of output of energy on their grid, put it this way, right? Anything that's producing electricity, it creates an energy field around it. The energy field ain't good, which is why I shouldn't be spending a lot of time on my computer and all that stuff, right? Put it this way, right? Let's say this is a technological machine. When you turn it on, it creates a little aura field around it. And depending on how much energy the thing is using, depend on how much, how bad it is for you to be exposed and on it all day. But this the field around it. Now add up everything together in the city. Everybody running everything, microwaves, toasters, computers, even wireless stuff, phones on you. All of that creates one big aura for the city. For the city. The city has an aura. And you can see it if you had the equipment to see the grid and the frequencies that, you know, is created by the culmination of everyone, like light coming in, put two candles by each other. And even though they individual light sources, they will share the aura. They will make one big light bubble with both of their bubbles. Electricity is similar with the field it creates around objects that's being powered. That's why our body have an aura, because it's powered. But check this out, right? All energy ain't good for us. And the AI data centers, just like 5G towers, they produce what's called extra low frequencies. This right here messes up DNA. I posted about this on my Facebook page. I pinned it on there if you want to go check it out and learn more from that post. But basically, it's gonna expand, these cities are gonna have their aura is gonna expand. And this surge of energy introduced to the grid is gonna affect us health-wise, and they're gonna cover that up with new biological psyops like the pandemic. So technology is gonna go forward, and there will be more pandemics and all that as a result, because they not gonna build this stuff in the rich people neighborhood. Who got affected with the pandemic the most? How come whenever there's a biological threat, the poor people suffer the most? It's like these things are targeting a certain tax bracket. This natural disease don't care how much money you make. Everybody gets sick. But there have been mysterious plagues throughout history that seem to target a specific group. And nature don't work that way. See, that's called biological warfare if you know better. And you can kill two birds with one stone. The act of you terraforming someone's environment to introduce technology to control them more can also introduce certain things in the environment to help you decrease the population at the same time. And you can get away with that if the people are ignorant and they don't know what I'm telling you now. And most people don't know this stuff, which is why I'm doing what I'm doing at these times. So again, they're testing futuristic energy systems because we're gonna need you. The way that we make energy right now, we can't continue to do this and expand the AI data center network, grid network. Let me say that one more time. The way that we currently make energy right now, we can't continue to do it and create the kind of future that they're trying to create with AI. In other words, AI needs more power. AI is like a vampire and it's saying, feed me, give me more electricity. And it's literally killing us, sucking our energy out of us, because in order to give AI power, it got to create data centers to make us ill. It's literally some vampiric shit when you think about it. In order for AI to live, you essentially must die. For AI to get healthier, humans got to get sicker as we move forward. And when we get sicker, they're gonna use that to promote other narratives, just like they did with the pandemic. So it's gonna be a lot of stuff like killing a lot of birds with one stone, with one domino effect, where that thing will fall over on that thing and help us push that thing, which will help us push that thing. It's very well thought out. It's because they got a very advanced form of chat GPT or some kind of generator like that that's telling them exactly how to run these psyops intricately to tie them all together for the end goal. Because this is very well thought out and they got to have the help of AI, of course. And AI can sit there and shoot it out to you and say, well, if you push this narrative, it will cause this response, which will cause that response. AI will think it out, tie all of those series of events together, and the people in power will go out and run that script on the world stage, which would allow them to cloak these agendas and this technology and the real plan that they got for us. So what we're looking at right now is basically the flat earth, man. You can count 24 triangles on it. They got the North Pole in the middle. I don't know how blatant they gotta be. And you wanna know why they're censoring flat earth, why they attacking it so hard. They're reverse engineering the technology that Earth is built off of. And they got a monopoly on it. The most advanced technology is the technology that powers technology, which is energy systems. It don't matter how fancy your TV is, how fancy your gaming system is, if we don't got electricity. So nobody want to talk about energy systems, but the people at the top who got us concerned with technology and being consumers, while they are concerned with the things that drive technology, the stuff that power nations. And this is what keeps them at the top. That ain't a consumer mindset. Most of us is thinking, man, when I grow up, I'm gonna invent the next toaster. When I grow up, I'm gonna invent the next car. And these people are inventing the grid systems that we founded our societies on. This the shit we was thinking about when we was back in the day, when we was on the ancient level. But now we thinking on a small fries consumers, give me a job, let me tinker with a goddamn a mechanism. Like they literally have adopted the knowledge of the gods, basically. So here go the Earth right here. Here is CERN. And what this is these are the futuristic energy systems that's going to power the future. And this kind of energy will allow us to pierce the veil, if you will. Because the more energy we're able to harness and generate, which requires the right mechanisms, and we're building those now, while cloaking it as space exploration technology, and we're trying to see the Big Bang, when really, it's a race for all of the governments of the world to monopolize the technology that explains how the Earth works. And they're playing dumb, like we don't know what the Earth is. We don't know how old humans is for real. Like we still trying to figure shit out as we go. But we know it's a ball. And we know that we wasn't created by nothing intelligent. Like the most important parts for us to know, we don't know. But the shit they act like they know for a fact be like, we wasn't created by nothing higher. And the Earth is a ball floating through space. We do know that, right? So they pick and choose what they want to know to serve the narrative. But at the end of the day, the reason they don't know how the pyramids was built, and the reason they don't know how they align with the stars, is because they got everybody thinking we on a globe Earth. And if we're on a globe Earth, it's going to be hard to explain how the pyramids are built. And they aligning with those constellations. Why? Because they shouldn't align on a globe model. Instead of the scientists saying, this debunks our model, they psychologically fuck y'all by saying, ooh, isn't that amazing that we can't figure this out and that it makes no sense? And people go into mysticism. They get rocked to sleep. That's the point. They should say, wait a minute. This debunked what you telling me about the Earth being a globe. But they can get around that and make a person say, this doesn't prove flat Earth. It just means we haven't figured it out yet how this works. Isn't that dumb as hell, y'all? When the people that built the pyramid said the Earth was flat. Ain't that crazy? And we will marvel at the pyramids and scratch our head and say, but we can't reduplicate it. And the reason they say that is because the Earth is flat. You can't reduplicate the pyramids on a globe Earth model. But the fact that they exist and they function prove we ain't on a globe. But instead of them saying that, they saying it's a miracle. It's one of the biggest mysteries in science. And they can make us ignore a whole fact that proves they lying to us by controlling the narrative on how you react to the information. And that's what they doing. They automatically giving you a way to react, just like when you watch TV and something funny happen and the fake audience start laughing, or if something sad happened and the fake audience say, oh, they telling you how to react. It's programming. So they'll give you something that debunks them. And instead of them telling you to react like, wait a minute, this debunks your model, they present the shit first and they say, you know what? One of the biggest mysteries in science is the pyramids in Egypt. Scientists are baffled. They've been trying to figure this out for the ages. And that'll be them psychologically fucking you, giving you a fact that's debunking everything they ever told you. But if they get ahead of the lie, if they push the lie first and control the narrative on how everyone react to the lie, no one will never say, wait a minute, that debunks the globe. They will say, no, it's just a big mystery that we're trying to figure out. It's just one of the big unsolved mysteries in science. You see what I'm saying? It's so many psyops they running to cover up the truth about this place and everything, man. So again, y'all can say they ain't working together when it come to flat earth, but yet they working together to hide aliens. None of y'all can prove aliens. We can prove flat earth. But yet you say they working together to hide ET, even though they putting whistleblowers out on the TV every day. These are government officials, man. Look, watch as government officials, read that. Watch as government officials break silence on non-human life. How are they hiding it and breaking silence at the same time? Sanchez, you think every government working together to lie about flat earth? You think they can really all work together to tell that lie? 10 minutes later, they all working together to hide UFOs from everybody because they reverse engineering UFO technology. Now they can't prove none of that shit. And you know how we can prove it, Sanchez? Because they hiding it from everybody while they showing it to you every time you turn on the news. The shit they really hiding from y'all, you ain't looking into it, like flat earth. Now these people are literally hiding flat earth from y'all, and y'all helping them hide it, and y'all laughing at flat earthers. They're literally censoring flat earth, hiding it like a motherfucker, and you ain't checking for that. They telling you they hiding that. We censoring this. You feel me? Anything else you can talk about, and they won't say it's fake science. Now why is right? Everything they say about aliens is true about flat earth. All of the governments working together to hide it because they reverse engineering the technology. The technology that they reverse engineering ain't alien, it's ancient, and I'm proving it. The technology they reverse engineering ain't alien, it's ancient. Nikola Tesla was tapping into it in the 40s. This may look like a UFO spaceship, but they was hiding free energy technology. We would be in the digital world. They would have created the digital world in the 40s. We had all the technology in the 40s to create the reality that we're living in right now. Bullshit you not. Watch this, right? This same free energy technology that they passing off as CERN, the Russians had it. That's why we went to war with the H-Man. Watch this. Watch this. It ain't that they beefing with the H-Man. They want it to be hard to share the knowledge on what we really went to war with them about, because now they can start banning stuff just by saying certain people offended by symbols and stuff. So now you can't teach the truth. When they were talking about alien, why did the alien conspiracy come out in the 40s? What they was trying to build in the 40s was CERN technology, y'all. It was nothing about UFOs. Watch this. All of this is just what the Earth is. Again, it's flat Earth cosmology. Let me show you. It was about flat Earth. That's why the space race began after that, because they wanted to hide the flat Earth. Hitler knew the Earth was flat. The swastika is the symbol of the vortex at the middle. That's creating energy. Now here go the flat Earth model right here. Let me show you another one from Polynesia. Here it is from Polynesia. Now look at what they created right here in Russia. Look at this right here. This is in Russia. They told this is Noah's Ark. And another esoteric meaning of Noah's Ark is literally the fact that y'all think that man was on a wooden boat with pedals and stuff. He would have need an army to help him pedal a wooden boat. Don't you know Noah and his family can't possibly control an ark by themselves? It took so many men to help control a wooden ship. And if you look at how big Noah's ark would have been, it would have probably been the biggest wooden ship in history to fit every animal in the world inside of it. So I don't see typical technology like they selling us. I see some very advanced, which is what the Vimana is all about. This is what Noah technology is all about. And it was more so of free energy. It was more free energy. The arc is what you got to study to understand how to harness energy. You got to understand the torus field, which is the arch. You got to understand that, because here's what the torus field is. The physical technology changes, but the energy field only gets more refined the better the technology get. We're not creating a new magnetic energy field. We're just creating better technology to create the same energy field better and better, so that the energy is more refined and we're optimizing it. It's more efficient. It costs less to produce the energy than what the energy is worth. And you do that free energy systems by creating the best technology that can harvest the energy the most efficient way. The secrets to that is in the earth. The earth has the secret to how to create the best, most efficient free energy system, and that's why they are hiding flat earth, y'all. When you ask a nigga, well, why would they hide it, Sanchez? Why would they hide the flat earth knowledge? The same reason they made Nikola Tesla patents classified, but they telling you they want to disclose alien shit to you. Let me say it again. They made Nikola Tesla patents classified, but they now want to leak all the alien knowledge. Your government want to disclose everything about ET, while telling you they working together to reverse engineer alien technology, when they all working together to reverse engineer the technology that your ancestors discovered. They rather give the credit to aliens. The same aliens that can't even fly worth a damn, because they always crashing all over the place. And they always sound crashing in military bases. You see here, guys? So look at this right here. You can see a lightning bolt coming up out of this thing right here, right? And this is technology, not fairy tales. Our ancestors weren't carving and leaving behind fairy tales. You see what they doing here? Check that out. Check this right here out. And look at this. So let's talk about it. You said all of the governments working together to reverse engineer alien technology, right? And they don't want to tell it to the people. That's how come we know it's real, Sanchez. But you got government officials on the news every day talking about, we're going to disclose this information because the government is being silent. I'm a whistleblower. I work for the damn government. And I'm finna leak it to the citizens because they won't tell you. And he ain't getting locked up. And the Secret Service ain't knocking on his door. This is a psychological operation, y'all, coming from the top down. It ain't nothing that the people need to be sleeping on. This is an important time to be woke. check, mic check, mic check, mic check. People said that there was a little static on the mic. All right, how we sound now? Drop a 1. Drop a 1 if we good now. Drop a 1, let's see if we good now. It's Black Friday. I might have to get me a new interface. This thing been with me almost 10 years. I was static that long? How long was we static? Now let me ask you something. Was y'all able to still hear me with the static? Because if people can listen through the static, I ain't gonna lie, I was really cooking. I'm a rewind it now just to see, was I still legible? Hold on. Way to react, just like when you watch TV, censoring. It was about flat Earth. That's why the space race began after that, because they wanted to hide the flat Earth. Hitler knew the Earth was flat. The swastika is the symbol of the vortex. Now, that sounds horrible, but you can still hear me. I ain't gonna lie, if people can listen through the distortion, they gonna get some good information. Now, a lot of people said that, I don't know why that happened, y'all. I don't know what that is. That may be signs of my interface getting old. Yeah, that audio is crazy. But it's still legible. So if it's a 4-hour, 5-hour stream, then if it's only 10 minutes that's distorted, y'all should be able to listen to that. Listen through that. But that last 10 minutes, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna try to process it through a program I got, and I may just rewind that part. I'm gonna say upload just that part back up there. But I was hearing myself legibly, it just was distorted. It was kind of like them people that speak with them things on their neck. Yeah, that shit was horrible. I'm not going to repeat all that because it was legible. I'm just looking at the chat room right now. It wasn't that bad for real. That's why I said I ain't going to repeat it. But I'm telling you, if you able to listen to through all that distortion, you going to get a download. If you was still able to hear me and bear with it, even though it was horrible, drop a 1. And if you saying I need to try to redo it, drop a 2. We'll vote. Now, if people say it was that bad, then I'll take the time to cut that part out and redo it or re-upload it. But I don't think it was that bad to do all that. We'll let y'all vote though, 1 or 2. Yeah, they said ones. We'll move on. It's just a little distorted part we gotta push through. But what we gotta do now is finish the video up because I was talking a lot, and we gotta finish the video up Yeah, I will still make a clip of it and upload it too, and see what I can do as far as that static. And maybe I can kind of clean it up a bit and put some music behind it and make it sound better. Because that was an epic part. It's crazy that when I'm really going in, that's when the bullshit happens. So that's a sign that I need to get me another interface. So I'm going to sell this one as is, man. I'm going to list this motherfucker, and then I'm going to just get me another one for sure. Or I might just put it up and keep it for another computer later or something. Another beat setup or something. But yeah, let me play the video, my bad.
Respected in their fields who say they have seen these craft and have seen the recovered non-human bodies.
I have seen with my own eyes non-human craft and non-human beings.
They go on the record.
You know what's crazy? I'm going to tell you why I don't like people for real, bro. The reason I don't really be digging this conscious community, young Pharaoh said he saw aliens. People laughed at him. Umar Johnson said he saw aliens. People laughed at him. There have been people, right? There have been people throughout the history say that they've seen aliens, and America laugh at them and call them crazy. The moment a government official who said that he took an oath and now he's gonna break his oath because he don't care, we got to disclose it. Now everybody believe it. And you really think the government gonna let him break his oath? I don't get it. Anybody else say they saw an alien, people will say, you lying, shut up. But they can bring it out like this and everybody accept it. You saying we're alone? Like, people will tell you there's no way we can be alone. There got to be aliens out there. But every time somebody say they abducted, you don't believe them. Because they got y'all so programmed, you only believe the version of aliens that you get on the TV from the UAP and UFO psyop that they giving you. That's your religion. The aliens you believe in are blurred ass objects that the government programming in your mind. But if somebody tell you a green man literally abducted me, you're gonna laugh and crack jokes, even though you the same people that say you gotta be egotistical to think we're alone. You don't even believe your own bullshit. And it proves you fall for the psyop.
Record about the fact that there have been crashed craft that have been recovered. In some cases, there's been non-human bodies in these craft, they claim. And these are people who are putting their reputation and their names on the line. You know, often you hear people say, show me.
You think that a person care about their reputation when they making billions of dollars? If I need an aerial threat and we decided we're gonna make it UFOs and that this narrative is gonna bring us all billions of dollars to research this in tax dollars, do you think I care about my reputation and people calling me an alien believer? Do you think I care? Hell no. Hell no, I don't care. People could think what they want. So that's what I'm saying. Like, he's really saying that like it's people are putting their reputation on the line. We see crooks do that every day and be the face of things that are scams and shams. We see that every day. They don't care about their rep when their money coming in, man. You act like a reputation ain't for sale. Everything got a damn price on it. Come on, bro. You got to come better than that shit. And that's what you gotta come with when you can't sell it no other way. You gotta reach for every little thing you got. Well, man, my rep on the line. Why would I lie to you? That ain't how science is supposed to be, bro. Now, you saying you saw an alien body, but y'all don't want to disclose that on the news? If a government official saw the body of a UFO and the government now is releasing documents that was once secret, but now they're letting them go ahead and be declassified, and in the age of declassifying UFO shit, you have government officials whistleblowing and ain't nothing happening to it. This don't smell fishy? So now they're pushing it further, saying we actually seen the bodies of these aliens. Now, if aliens are invading Earth, how come only the government seeing their bodies? If these aliens are so damn advanced that we got to study their technology to make us better, how the government get one of their bodies? Oh, because they so dumb they keep crashing. You see what I'm saying? Now, don't this sound more like our government testing different kind of aircraft that's based on ancient technology? And they not getting it right, which is why it's crashing them military sites. The military, the first people on location when it crashed, because they know where it's falling at, because it got a tracking device in it. So aliens are real, but just so happen every time they crash, the first people know about it is the military. The only people that's going out of their way to let us know how real aliens is are the people that took an oath to hide them from us, y'all. So the government officials, the military, these are the people that's letting us know aliens are real. The people that took an oath versus regular people. Because if aliens are real, they would be everywhere, right? You think they're gonna invade in small little groups that only crash near military bases? And that the people with the most intel on them and making contact with them and communication with them is only government and military?
Show me the evidence. In my opinion, 34 extremely credible people putting their name and reputation on the line is the best evidence, because we live at a time where you could put a video or a photo out and everyone will, half the people out there will say it's fake or AI.
AI and everything else. The title.
And guess what? They literally got software built into YouTube to detect what's AI or not. But they worried about us detecting what's real or not. You see how when they giving you fake photos, they don't want you to investigate them? When you investigate the moon mission video, when you investigate the globe earth photos, they come at you like that. Like, why you looking into it? Like, why you investigating the footage? Why you investigating our photos? Why you investigating our videos for artificial intelligent artifacts? Yet they got literal software that people can subscribe to, because we live in a time now where we don't know what's real and fake. And because people want to know, it's companies providing them that service. And also the government is working in coordination with social media platforms, putting pressure on those platforms so that they can create transparent systems so that we can detect what's real and what's fake. But yet, if I ask NASA, can I investigate whether this new photo is AI or CGI, what you questioning it for? You can't give a government agency, for example, if you gave a Secret Service member a photo, they're gonna run it through a program and see if it's AI or not. Why? Because we live in a digital age and the government, the one created this technology, you can't fool them with it. So you better believe that any kind of photo or video you give the government, they got some software to know if it's real or fake or if it's AI generated, to protect themselves. But yet the government will give you photos and get mad if you investigate it and screw. That's why you need to investigate it further. I ran NASA photos through an AI photo detector and it told me that shit was made by Photoshop. Go and do it yourself. I dare you to do it. I dare you to take images from the fucking James Webb telescope and put it in photo forensics. And guess what the globe earthers gonna tell you? They gotta use Photoshop. They just can't give you a raw photo. They got to edit it first. And you think I'm boo-boo the fool? You got to chew my damn food for me like I'm a baby? You can't give me the shit as is along with the photo version just so I can see A and B? Nope, you can only see the photo, computer generated image. The real one that the satellite actually shot, you can never see that one. And people go for it. The only one they release to the public is the computer, because they know ain't nothing up there taking pictures, y'all. Ain't nothing up there taking pictures. Everything you get is computer generated. And a person may say, but Sanchez, I saw the James Webb telescope. You saw it on the Earth. When you saw it in space, it was a computer animation. So you saying just because they show you a big machine on the ground, you believe that that thing is floating around in space. That's the belief part. They can make this damn telescope and drop that shit in the Marianas Trench to where nobody can find that shit, and you think is in space sending you images, and that's just a dude on Photoshop generating images for you, keeping $1 billion program going. That's more believable than a James Webb telescope giving me HD photos while it's going at bullet speed through space. But yet the damn photos that's telling me about the UAPs are blurry and black and white. How the photos of a UAP in my own sky is less quality than the photos I'm getting from a satellite going through space? It's got micrometeoroids, everything scratching the lens up.
Is age of disclosure, and do you think that this is going to start something bigger? The premise of this is that there is a race to reverse engineer what has been recovered by different countries, essentially competing against one another.
Yeah, so one of the big reveals in the film that a number of the interview subjects share is that elements of the U.S. government are in a high-stakes secret Cold War race with adversarial nations like China and Russia to reverse engineer technology of non-human origin.
If what he's saying was true, not only will he get locked up, but Fox News will get locked up too, because now you're undermining the Department of Defense, y'all. Oh my God! Let me explain something to you being in the military. If our government say, listen, you're taking an oath and we giving you a top secret clearance, we're hiding from everybody that aliens are real, and we got to be the first one to reverse engineer this alien technology, because if the Russians and all of them get it, we're in trouble. We can't let Americans know that, but it's for their safety. Because if we tell them, then we'll be telling our secrets to all the other countries. See, they're saying, listen, our government don't know if other countries know about aliens or not. If we're the only ones to know about these aliens, we can get ahead of every other country by reverse engineering the technology first. So if there are 3 or 4 more countries with aliens and know about them, that's small competition. And now it's a secret war between them. But all of us got to come together and agree, let's not tell any more other countries. Just us, right? Just us 4, 5 countries. We gonna hide this shit from the rest so we can be the superpowers. But at the same time, we're competing with each other too to see who can reverse engineer this stuff the best first. That's the lie they telling. If that lie was real and he was on the news leaking this out, he would probably get the death penalty for treason. He's a government official. You just let all the other countries in the world know the game now, dummy. Think about it. Your government is shutting up because they don't want nobody else to know about aliens. Because if we reverse engineer the alien technology first, we gonna rule the world. So your government don't want to talk about the aliens because other people may think it's just a light. Other people may think it's a shooting star. And our government want them to keep thinking dumb. But how are they gonna keep thinking dumb if a government official go on national TV and say, hey, everybody, we the government and it's aliens up there and we studying them for technology? You just blew our cover, dummy. Now every other nation that didn't even know what was going on is gonna be looking for aliens now to race with us to reverse engineer the technology. Now we got more competition. You don't think your government will silence somebody like that if they silence the flat earthers who they call stupid dummies? Your government silenced flat earthers, even though it said ain't nobody gonna listen to us losers anyway. But yet it ain't gonna silence one of its own fucking officials that's telling this kind of top secret information on Fox News.
The first country that cracks the code on this technology will be the leader for years to come.
China has established its own version of a UAP task force.
You think for a second that they wouldn't consider using it to achieve their ends of domination?
This is similar to the Manhattan Project. This is the atomic weapon on steroids.
We won the atomic race and we used the bomb to end World War II, and we became the definitive superpower for the next 100 years as a result. The fear here is that if another nation wins this race, it could really change the...
Let me tell you something, right? You know what disclosure mean? It means that something was classified and now the government declassified it. Or it means that something was classified and we got a whistleblower that's gonna disclose the information and they don't give a damn what the government thinks. Now, guess which one we dealing with? The latter. Not because Sanchez making it up. This man said it himself. That's what I don't get about y'all. People keep saying, but Sanchez, you wrong. This stuff ain't top secret. If it ain't top secret, guess what, yo? They wouldn't call this nigga a whistleblower. You can only be a whistleblower if the shit you telling was classified in some sort of secretive level. This sort of information would definitely be top secret because it's a current ongoing research and it dictates who win the war in the next quest evolution of technology. Quit making excuses for it. You're wrong.
The lay of the land in terms of power.
But for the people who are still skeptical, still can't get their head around it, they're going to watch this, maybe they'll have their eyes opened, but many might ask, why now? Why is it happening now?
So, for a very long time, the public, Congress...
Let me tell you why it's happening now. The money that they telling y'all that they're going to need in the future to research aerial phenomena, they literally going to use that money. Instead of researching UFOs, right? they're going to be researching new energy systems. That's why at the same time we talking about reverse engineering alien technology, the most advanced technology on Earth right now is CERN technology. There is no bigger machine on Earth than CERN. It goes through 3 countries. It's the biggest technological feat man ever built, and of course there are miniature ones around the Earth too. I'm showing you one of the small ones now. These are the future of energy systems. But you think they gonna tell y'all that? They telling y'all this the future of space exploration. Damn near us achieving time travel. But see, the thing is this, why now? That's the question, why now? Because they gotta create a lot of AI data centers to manifest the future. They need to build hell of AI data centers. And the energy systems we're gonna need to power these harmful data centers, they ain't gonna tell you, listen, we need to tax public Americans so that we can give that money to private corporations to research the technology that we gonna use to control y'all ass. You think they gonna tell you the truth? They're siphoning money through cash cow programs, and this money, the budget, right? The contract is going to their private companies, and instead of them protecting us from space objects, they creating space with green screen and CGI and using the money to reverse engineer flat Earth, which is free energy systems. It's a race to see who gonna build the best free energy systems, because them countries gonna control the world. And they don't care which country win the race, because when that country win it, they all agree to share the technology with everybody. They ain't working against each other. It's friendly competition. And it's like me splitting up my squad into different teams, and I say which one finished the project first. And whoever finished it first, we ask them, what did you do? What was the process you implemented? And now we share that process with the entire army. It's friendly competition so that we can learn from each other. You think it's a race among countries. But if that was the case, they'll be locking up these whistleblowers because you blowing the cover. They know the world's so dumb that you can do this kind of stuff and ain't nobody gonna say, well, wait a minute, that's treason. You know why ain't nobody gonna say that? Because we wanna believe the whistleblower because we think we getting a secret that the government was holding from us. But if you literally getting a secret that the government didn't want you to know, the person who gave you that secret is gonna be punished. Don't you see what happened to the flat earthers, nigga? I get half the views that I used to get because they censored us. That affected people's income. We've been targeted with our First Amendment. You know, and people say, but the government don't own YouTube. But then when the government work through third-party corporations to take their rights, they make the same complaints. It's a way around the Constitution. We know that through a third party. And should no entity in our country be able to operate outside the Constitution? How does it make any sense that every American got to follow the Constitution, but a private corporation can do business in America and make its own rules? And if the goddamn government is puppets to the corporations, then we see why that's true. It's a corrupted system. The people at the top operate outside of the law that they set for everyone else. and the rich get bailouts while the poor get penalized just for even trying to make just an extra dollar, man. They gonna put more regulations, more restrictions on the small business than the big corporation that's dumping oil in the ocean. Y'all ain't hearing me. The mom and pop store got to pass more EPA regulations and all that than Elon Musk. He can break all them EPA laws and get people sick, and they'll turn a blind eye. This man is breaking EPA laws. But you can't even go out there and burn a hog in your goddamn backyard probably without the cops showing up. I'm just saying. They making a fuss about the young man turning the plastic into gas. That's environmental. That's polluting the environment. And Elon and you got AI data centers using more water than entire city populations. Producing more energy than that whole city, and you don't think that's dangerous for the environment. And they trying to build more efficient systems to power AI. Not for your benefit, because the technology they finna use to create this new digital system to police us with gonna require more energy. And this is what the real thing they not telling you. So when they say, why now, why now? Why now? Why all of a sudden aliens every goddamn where? And all of a sudden the government want to leak it to us and they want to be transparent about it. Why? They need another cash cow. That is simple as that. And they need a cover up for these new energy systems that we're going to be seeing. Because these things are going to resemble UFO ships. Now, I know we like to think of CERN as what they telling us, something to look at the Big Bang with. But the amount of energy that CERN is going to be putting off is going to break records, y'all. You hear me? And if you think all that energy going to go to waste, you foolish. Ain't no way they going to allow this machinery to output that much energy and not have a way to harness it. So why are they telling you, oh, don't look over here, we're just studying space again? They literally generating free energy to power these cities with, and they taxing you more for it when it didn't cost them nothing to make it. So Tesla said he wanted to bring this technology to the world to end poverty. How do you end poverty with this knowledge? Well, let me tell you how inflation works. Inflation works because the technology get more expensive and more advanced. And the cost to make the technology, basically what happens is we got to use more electricity to create the products and technology that consumers like. So the cost of everything got to go up because it started on an energy level. Companies are saying, listen, we got to use more lights, more water, more energy. Basically, it boils down to energy. And inflation is products basically increasing in price because companies are saying, I got to run more electricity at my factory. And they saying we can end inflation with cleaner energy systems, and at the same time, it'll clean up the earth too. Don't that sound like Eden, a clean earth, and ain't no poverty? The reason our ancestors had a harmonious earth experience because they had clean energy systems. So the prices of gold, diamonds, anything you want was pennies. The prices slowly rose over time because the trick that they told the world was we don't have efficient energy systems. The same government that brag about everything else love to let us know we're so dumb at how we making energy. Think about what I'm telling you. The egotistical scientists and government that we live in, they love to brag on how smart they is. And when they don't know something, they don't like to talk about it. They like to hide it. Don't it look fishy that they keep telling you, we're so dumb at generating energy? We're scratching our head, man. We create the dumbest energy systems. You know, we're so dumb at generating energy. We're so non-efficient that inflation is happening at an all-time high. Because most of the energy we make, we don't even use it, it go to waste. Because the systems we create the energy with are inefficient and unsustainable. They can't sustain healthy economies because the prices of products would always go up. If the technology is getting more fancy, it's costing more electricity for companies to make this fancy stuff of the future. So if we're gonna keep evolving technology, we're also gonna have to evolve the power source that power the technology. For example, when technology get more advanced, the plugs and outlets get more advanced. You notice that? If you wanted to run some of those old systems, you would have to get these fancy pieces they make today because it ain't compatible with the current power output in most of our homes. Most of the electricity we use today, the technology we use, it requires more power than the stuff in the old days because it's got more going on, it's more complicated. So the more technological we get, the more we got to rebuild the entire grid, energy grid on Earth. We can't build the world of tomorrow till we reach this crossover point. And they gotta be secretive about us, about these energy systems, because now they're tapping into ancient Tesla technology, but they rather call it ancient alien technology. Now, you need to be very careful when the government start telling you we're disclosing information. When the people who took an oath to keep a secret from you is now saying we want to be transparent now. And the news reporter asked them, why now? I just told you why, and it make perfect sense. They gonna say, well, these things could be dangerous. You know, we don't know how big of a threat it is, and we don't feel right now holding it secret. It's a moral thing after all these years, right? So it may look like a UFO ship with a beam me up beam coming out of it, but this is energy technology and it ain't alien. Now, ever since the 40s, they've been trying to make this technology into the alien conspiracy. I keep telling you, what happened in the 40s? The whole UFO conspiracy came onto the world. Before the 40s, we didn't have a UFO conspiracy on the earth. Why the 40s? Because that was when this technology they came up out of paperclip scientists. All the governments was experimenting with this technology and it looked like UFO, but it's not. Now they got a flying version of this thing that can literally fly and be used as a vehicle. And it looked damn near identical to, it's the fact that the Vimana ship is able to fly, right? But watch this. It don't need gas, it don't need no energy because it's basically a flying Tesla coil. So when you learn how the magnetic field is produced around the CERN machine, that is them recreating the Big Bang. So when they tell you the CERN machine is recreating the Big Bang, let me show you something real quick. Here is the Big Bang right here. So the pole that you see in the middle of that machine is the pole that you see in the middle of this bubble. It's an invisible energy field, y'all. You can't see. See, what is CERN? It's a big cell. It looked like a Cheerio, Fruit Loop, right? And what is this? It's the same thing. It's a cell. The hole in the middle of a cell is where the energy recycles itself, and the perpetuation of the energy recycling is why we call it a free energy machine. It'll never stop creating new energy. Now, the motion of the energy, the field that the energy produce is able to project objects, and it can become an aerial, a type of advanced aviational technology as well that they call a Vimana, which propels itself simply by altering this field around it. And this was what the alien, if you ever go back and watch that movie called Men in Black, an alien ship crashed and they reverse engineered it, and it was steering itself based upon this Tesla patent, because yes, Tesla patented this, and I got a stream coming up. The aircraft that Tesla was showing in his patent, it didn't need gas or nothing. It was self-propelling and self-powering. And it was based upon what I'm telling you here. It's nothing alien about it. It's ancient technology. Here it is right here in Nazi Germany. But the Hindu had it. They call it the Vimana. But this same aviational technology is the foundation of free energy. So whenever we see this little design, they want us to think alien, not ancient. So even if we start saying, okay, the CERN machines look like UFO ships, people will say, oh, our government is reverse engineering alien technology. The big conspiracy is that they don't want y'all to know where the technology come from that they're about to be reverse engineering. So they want to give you a narrative, and aliens is that narrative that they've been giving us since the Roswell crash. And here it is recycled in our time with these imposters. But if you knew that the ancient humans on this earth were smarter than us, you'll realize that science is a scam, and we ain't getting more smarter, more technological, and we ain't discovering a bunch of new shit because we're smart. We're literally dummies that's been left with ancient blueprints, and over time it's taken us forever to tinker and reverse engineer this ancient technology back into the world, because there was a big war and a reset where this stuff was lost. And the big lie that they telling you is that the world we're creating, what they call it the world of tomorrow or the world of the future, is just us rebuilding ancient kingdoms of the past, technological empires. So what they hide from the world is that our future is the past. That'll fuck the world up if people knew that, man. Think about if people knew we was moving backwards right now instead of forward. Think about that. You wouldn't dare look at none of these people like experts again. You'll look at them like the thieves they are. Because the experts are the people that created all this technology, not the people that stole it and reverse engineered. You're giving credit to the plagiarizers.
Congress and even the president have been kept out of the loop on this subject. In the last few years, senior members of Congress, senior members of the administration, thanks to whistleblowers, have found out what's been going on. And they are now in pursuit of the truth for themselves and for the American people.
Even presidents have been operating on a need-to-know basis, but that begins to ramp out of control.
So what they call the age of disclosure is really the age of treason. It's the age of people swearing in and taking oaths but then breaking the oaths right on the news and nothing happening. If I'm a military soldier watching this, I'm posted up at my post like, what the fuck? I swore in as a soldier. They punishing me if I say stuff, but yet they got government officials and military officials on the news telling the secrets that they told me they gonna kill me for if I say it as a little airman. Does that make sense to y'all?
It's not acceptable to have secret parts of government that no one ever sees.
I think it's only a matter of time at this point before we have a sitting president step to the microphone and have the biggest moment a leader can possibly have, which is telling all of humanity that we're not alone in the universe and that the United States intends to lead the way.
Now, when they say we not alone, here's where shit finna get deep. If you can believe them saying we not alone, then you can believe what I'm saying because it's proof, it's facts to what I'm saying. Our ancestors was able to communicate with the dead. They was able to do it because they had paranormal technology that allowed them to dial into other ethers like we find radio stations. So just like if I give you a walkie-talkie and all of my family on a station, we on station 1, and you tune in to me and my family station, we got paranormal technology that they ain't telling y'all about where we can literally speak to the other parallel realities. They was talking about this kind of technology in the 40s. And guess what happened in the 40s, y'all, when we discovered technology that allowed us to speak to the dead? Guess what happened when we discovered that technology? They said we discovered the technology that allowed us to contact aliens. I don't think y'all hear me, man. Nikola Tesla, Nazi Germany, all of them was reverse engineering technology that allowed our ancestors to literally speak to the dead. Now when we talk about them speaking to the dead, they tell y'all it was magic and voodoo. Because they don't want to let you know that technology come from the ancients, not aliens. When they reverse engineered the technology that allowed our ancestors to talk to dead people like a nigga on a cell phone, I shit you not. It's patents for this, y'all. It's paranormal equipment based upon the foundation of this technology our ancestors was using. You can literally tune in to these other layers of reality with the right technology. It's just a matter of, do you think our ancestors were smart enough to make it? And you know I'm gonna say yeah. Because I'm gonna say I'd rather believe that they had technology speaking to the dead than abracadabra and voodoo. Don't play with my intelligence. I don't want to believe in fairy tales. So watch this, right? In the 40s, when they cracked the code that allowed them to talk to the dead people, they said, we got new technology where we contacted aliens. You see how all of the breakthroughs is hidden with the alien conspiracy? They put out a psyop in the 40s saying we contacted aliens because they was researching broadcast technology. That's when we got good at radio, sending signals through the airwaves. We started to get our Wi-Fi on, our wireless transmission on. And when we made that breakthrough in science, they didn't tell you that just like you can dial different radio stations for different signals for music, our government found out how to dial into parallel realities. They found out how to dial and tune into and speak to the dead like the ancestors. And when they introduced this concept to the public, it was already hidden and cloaked behind alien technology. People of that time was wondering, how did our world was getting so advanced so quick? Because the world was changing around them so quick. Something as simple as radio, telephone, It was alien to people born back then. And that's the way the government want to keep it. Every time the world is changing with new technology, they come with the alien propaganda to cover it up, because they don't want you to know where the idea coming from. They rather people say, listen, all of the scientific breakthroughs is our government reverse engineering alien technology. That's what they want the conspiracy to be. Because if everyone really found out the truth, if they didn't plant the narrative out there, which is aliens, people will come to the conclusion that they're reverse engineering Tesla patents, Hindu concept, ancient Egyptian. You would reasonably come to that, which is why it's so much mysteries around the Mayans, the Egyptians, and their pyramids and technology. That's why they play dumb about the Antikytherian mechanism. So they got to put their own narrative out there. The people that's hiding what's going on from the masses ain't gonna be the same people leading with the whistleblower community. All of these people took oaths. They swore in to secrecy. Now they're gonna be the main whistleblowers. This is a perfect example of the government controlling the opposition. Open your eyes, man. Real whistleblowers get censored. So listen, whenever you see stuff like this, you know it's something else that they hiding with this pushed agenda. And you never look at the narrative. You look between the lines. You say, okay, if they want me to see this, what's really going on? And I've been studying this shit for years, which is why I'm able to put all these pieces together to show you what it's all about. And it makes perfect sense, other than green men and the government now being transparent about aliens. It's them controlling the narrative so they can hide what's really going on. The earth is flat, you in a simulation, and it's all about harvesting energy.
Could it be President Trump?
I think it could be. I think Rubio is one of the most informed people in the United States with regard to this topic. And right now he's our Secretary of State and our National Security Advisor. And I know that he considers this an extremely important topic.
If you were to say, what's one thing that people take out of this?
You know what's so stupid about this? You see people hold their hand up and swear in at these government hearings, right? And at these UFO hearings and all that, they're disclosing all this information. You got the news channels running the hearings on their channels, and you got the government officials, the military talking about UAPs. All of these people got top secret clearances. And they got to tell us, well, it's time that we disclose this information now and start opening up, because it's becoming more of a problem. We seeing this stuff crash into planes and all that. And we don't know what it is. And you must think that telling the public gonna get you some help. Y'all see how stupid it is? If y'all so confused and don't know what it is, and you've been researching it in secrecy, and your excuse now, we're disclosing it because it's out of hand. It's so many of them now. And we scratching our head, this could be other life. That's what I'm saying. Like, why would you come out now and say, well, we want to tell everybody? How is that going to help you figure out what it is? And how are you trying to figure out what it is if you're already calling it a goddamn alien? This is how you plant narratives in people's head, but still hide your hands.
Obviously, the bombshell of what all of these people are saying.
In case you want to see how stupid this is, check this out. You call it UAP UFO. The U means unidentified. You can't say it's a UF this or UF that and say, I saw an alien body. They had alien corpses in the UFO. Don't you know once we identify alien body, it's no longer a unidentified flying object. It's now an alien-driven spacecraft from another world. You don't keep calling some shit unidentified that you now identify. And you don't call something alien and say we can't identify it. This is a psychological operation. Either it's unidentified or it's not. Because if it's unidentified, then we can't say it's an alien yet. We jumping the gun. We haven't identified it yet. You see what I'm saying?
But where do you think it goes from here? There's such a stigma around talking about this, and people joke about it.
And then they get mad at you. You don't believe in UFOs? UFO mean unidentified flying object, but the psychological operation is green man. No one saw a green man. You just see shit in the sky. But they make your mind equate that to green man, and it becomes a belief system. So you don't believe in UFOs? What I know is that UFO mean unidentified flying object, and I don't gotta believe that we haven't identified what the fuck we looking at yet. Because the moment we identify, we won't call it a UFO, and I won't have to believe in something we can't identify. You see what I'm saying? It shouldn't be a matter of belief if it's unidentified. It should be a matter of, hey, let's identify the thing. But that ain't what they do. They say, so you don't believe in UFOs, you think we're alone? You think we the only one? And it lead to a conversation about if we're alone or not, versus when the fuck are we gonna identify this object, man? Because you're jumping the gun saying it's an alien and saying I'm egotistical for thinking that we're alone. But how are we getting to a conversation about humans being alone or not from some shit that's yet to be identified? You see the psyop?
This seems like it takes it to a different place.
In our country, we have this very antiquated stigma around the topic. If someone said, hey, there's this constant terrorist threat, terrorists are penetrating the airspace over nuclear weapon sites, who would laugh at that? It makes no sense.
Right. Yeah. November 21st, it comes out, and
you see how he's making it like people mocking it, people laughing at it. A.V. Loeb did that the other day. How are we supposed to understand what these things are if everyone keeps joking on it? These bloggers and vloggers keep making it a joke, and they think it's a... So that's them saying we need to censor anybody that's pushing back on the UFO being ETs. When all I'm saying is, if you've identified this as a non-human life form, then we can no longer call it an unidentified flying object. And they're waiting to get to the point to say, you know what, Sanchez, you right. We got to go and tell the world, here go the alien body. But they can't produce a body. They're gonna literally have to produce some kind of fake corpse in the future if they wanna make that jump. Or the people may be so dumbed down, they ain't even gotta produce a body. They can just go with word of mouth, because the average person gonna be like, why would they lie? And if you see this aircraft moving in the sky that's doing things that human aircraft never done, because it's advanced technology, then people gonna say it's UFO. So they can pull it off a number of ways because the people are primed and prepped already. But the big thing that people need to be saying is, how are we calling it aliens and unidentified? Because they got to do that. That's part of the psyop, and I just broke down why.
It'll be all over the country?
Yeah, so worldwide on Prime Video.
They can't say it's an identified flying object because they ain't officially gave you an alien corpse yet. So they got to say, well, we believe it's a humanoid type creature because it's not ours. That's not mine. They gonna play the not mine game with you. And see, with that game, that's that bullshit again. That ain't science. Because we got to prove it's not yours. How I know it ain't yours? We proved that a lot of technology the government said wasn't government stuff, and come to find out it was. Playing the not mine game. Everybody done played the not mine game before. We know about that one though. It ain't mine. That ain't mine. And they giving us a lot of psyops, bro. Because the only way they can prove this is look at how advanced that thing is moving. We don't have stuff that can do that. And now I gotta believe that the government ain't got secret technology that they hiding. I gotta go with the psyop of, well, it can't be the government. How come it can't be? Because we got government whistleblowers that work with the government telling you it's an alien, Sanchez. This is top secret. It's on the news. They hiding this stuff, Sanchez, and you can see it on the news if you don't believe me. Did y'all hear what I just said? Right.
For purchase or rent, or in feeders in New York, LA, and DC.
All right, we'll look for it. Dan, thanks.
Thank you.
All right, so that's the end of that. That's the end of that. I'm going to get up out of here, y'all. I want to thank everybody that supported the show. It's 10 minutes of this stream that I was distorted. If you skipped it, you may want to go back because you can still hear what I was saying. Just listen through the distortion for that little while and get the download. Shout out to William Lumpkin. And shout out to Chronically Growing. I see some other new super chats. Shout out to Righteous Kai and to Von Hall. Thank you all. Shout out to Algra. I think I'm pronouncing it right, Algra. And thanks everyone for the super chats. It was my birthday yesterday, by the way. So feel free to send in a belated, donation if you want to do that and support my work for the day. But with that, I'm out of here. Peace and much love. Be on the lookout for the